Evesham. I just know that Worcestershire's down the M5.
Tom Clack with the gun open. Oh wow, Mad Turk, Ace King here in the hijack, and it's gone open from Tom Clack. Mad Turk with the Ace King here. Like, I'm probably just going to 4-bet. Don't need to go too large. And there it is from Usel. Makes it 130k. And he's not going to be folding when Adam 5-bet rips here. Not putting in this amount of our stack to let it go as Usel. So we're going to have a huge one here, Tower.
So here we go.
And there's the all in, and I don't see how the Mad Turk gets away from this once he makes it 130. I'm going to use a few time banks, but we put in a decent proportion of our stack here, Tower. We're getting 207k to win 572, so we're getting like 2.7 to 1 on a call here as you sell. So we're going to need about 28% equity. So if Adam actually showed us his hand, like, we'd still have to call. It says 18%, but that is accounting for an ace in the muck. But the Mad Turk is going to save some chips and potentially save his tournament. You sell him an Oglu, getting away from the Ace King.
Good fold.
Nice laydown from the Mad Turk. I thought he was done for, Tower, after he put in that proportion of his stack, but finds a way to get away. To see. Haven't seen him much today. Aces. Opens in the hijack.
The old boots.
Sam calls small blind. And he's in on the button. Neil with 9-6 of spades. Defence.
Top pair for Sam. Middle pair for Andy Bradshaw.
Yeah, no checking 4-way for you in here. Feel like just always betting. Heads up, maybe one we can check ace of diamonds, but as soon as we go multi-way, always continuing here with the boots.
Andy Bradshaw calls.
He continues for third, and he calls with his 5. Sam should be overcalling here, getting 5 to 1 with the 10. Gonna go for the old raise. I feel like in this spot, when Ewan once again bets into Phil Tower, I say it a lot when we go 4-5 way, the players with ace king, ace queen, like the high cards, don't tend to see bet into 3 or 4 players. So as soon as they do continue, like, they're more weighted towards a hand, whether it be 6s through 9s, whether it be 10x, whether it be an overpair. And obviously against all the 10x that Ewan opens, other than a couple of combos and the overpairs, we're just toast here with Sam. So may have just gone for call in this given scenario. Like, heads up, slightly different. Like, then maybe we can start raising some top pairs for value against the late position open. Mr. Bradshaw in with the overcall as well. Looking to snag 2 pair or trips on the turn.
Jack of diamonds. The diamond draw's no good. The Bradders.
Yeah, but Sam, this is kind of interesting now. This is an intriguing spot. We now turn top 2, but after this action occurring on the flop, you've got to be wary that at least Andy has a flush here once he calls and then overcalls the raise. Like, I'm going to be really worried about this Andy Bradshaw range. I know we can see he's up to no good with 8-5 off, but it's kind of intriguing. So Sam continues for 5k. Ewan makes the call, and
Oh.
Andy now says, I'm all in, and oh my word! He's turned it into a bluff. He has turned it into a bluff, and the way he slammed his chips in there, you just think he's strong, right, Tower?
That's what you'd expect. That's the way he wants you to believe
Is
it.
he going for the old reverse tell? Like the old, I don't care, have me chips usually means that someone's strong, but Andy Bradshaw throwing in the old reverse tell here, drinks the water as well. Acting as comfortable as can be now. And what you do is Sam, because we still got Ewan behind us who still can have flushes as well. The ace-x of diamonds, all in Ewan's range. King, queen of diamonds, king, nine of diamonds, all still there. And now, Sam, this is gross with the jack 10.
Can he ever?
With everything Andy's giving off Tower, I like. He may sell the reverse tell here. He actually may. He may just let this go, Sam. I think this guy, what is he supposed to have? He's called Ewan C-bet. We've then raised. Ewan's called, and he overcalls. Like it looks like a flush, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
This is going to be fun.
If Sam calls us, you and get out of the way.
No, Ewan don't fold his hand, but this is what I'm saying. It's going to work out. Look, now Ewan with aces, ace of diamonds, just not going to fold, right? Getting this price.
No.
Even if Andy, I know if Andy got the flush, we've only got 12.7 back. Okay, so we're not actually calling to win 40. Let me figure this out. So difference of 3.5 in stacks. So there's 36.7 to win for Ewan. So he's actually getting 3 to 1. So he needs 25% equity. And assuming we can hit 9 diamonds here. Well, let's say we can hit 7 diamonds because Andy's repping a flush, 2.5% with 1 card to come. So we're actually getting like 18, 19% against a flush here as Ewan. So we're actually not getting the correct price. But then what we do, we start scattering in maybe some 2 pairs. If Andy has Jack 10 himself, we're then getting the right price because we got counter fill outs. So there you go. He does let it go.
He's going to turn them over.
Bradshaw.
Show the table. Go on, brothers. Show him. Yeah!
What a move.
Brothers.
What a move from Andy Bradshaw. I'm surprised Ewan's fold getting that price so tight, because if Andy's got Jack 10 in there as well, we give him all the combos of Jack 10, 9 left.
I know they're the wrong chip counts, but I still can't believe that hand were just shown. That they folded the hands against Andy Bradshaw.
They obviously don't know.
I can't believe it. We'll get the chip counts up from the remaining 26 who are through to the High Roller. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the High Roller. What a stack field. This is Mr. J.
It's good. It looks terrific, Tower. Some of the names looking down the list got bracelet winners, EPT winners, people with 7 figures in live earnings.
Tom Hall just turns up, looks down, aces.
And not just aces, we're going to get action. Ewan with the pocket 8s here in the hijack.
Bagged up last night, starting stack of 100,000. Tom Hall bought in today, as did 17 others. 17 other players did as well. Just to let you know, as you know, we're in the void in Manchester, and as you know, we take over space that we just basically take over. What we do realise is that our man Tony in the background, who builds us all sorts and helps us out whenever we're in trouble, is actually working at this moment in time. And if anything has to, if we go quiet a little bit, it's because he's building us some football nets. Well, something. He's building a shed at the moment. So if we do go quiet,
commentary booth, we'll go with that.
We do, yes, but he has got things to do. So apologies for that. Back to the game. Tom Hall with the aces. Enjoy the High Roller, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy it. 111.
Don't think Tom ever flattered here. I think just always going to play jam.
Yep.
And Ewan never free betting 2-fold here. Should be a free bet call if we are going to free bet 8s. Got a free bet call, as Ewan knows.
So here we go. Aces first hand. What a sight to see when you're on the spin. goes 6. No help for the ace. 5, 7 or 8 on the turn will be nice. Down to another 2 8s. And a queen. So full double for Tom.
Well, first hand for just buying in, eh? Well, first hand doesn't get much sweeter.
First hand in months, mate.
So straight away, double up for Tom Hall to 215,000.
Cracking on the table as well, not just this table, all the outers as well. Names galore, and already a couple of bust outs to start the day on outers. Paul McCauley and Jack Hardcastle, first casualties.
Oh dear.
In the high roller.
Tried to spin, didn't work. No, they didn't get aces like Tom did.
Yep.
That's what it was, all you need.
Case 16.
What a place to use it.
Manchester,
And Stephen looks down at ace king. So you and Trevedi down to 4 bigs. Early stages. We'll get the payouts.
Really thankful for what things do. Realise how good a hand it was. I've just done big blind, small blind, and moved on. Yeah, I'm more fucking.
So, as Jay said, mentioned a couple of bust outs. Started the day with 43 out of 111. Lost 2.
This probably has to go tower for you. I think we have to send this for 4. Like if we're +1, +2, we just fold probably, wait till next hand, but when we're gone, we want to win, as I always say, someone else's big blind and ante. If we wait till next hand, we win back our own big blind and ante. So I feel like this has to go here and now.
And in they go. Good to see Paul Clements on the table as well. Well done to him yesterday. In the minute, final tabling.
Stephen 4-4 here, Jack 9 off. Seems like a close one. Feel like we'll call. 1 big in there, 3 more to put in. Still will be some stuff we dominate as well. Stuff like 8-9 suited, Jack 8 suited of you, and 2 in between us against the King 3.
So. the only thing I can ever think about when somebody says the in between us is
Of what, the dogs? Well, 2 to 2. There you go.
2 to 2. What a flop.
Yeah.
King 3 needed. 4 to chop it. Oh, we faded. We didn't fade the 9. Unlucky, Mr. Ewan Trivedi. 8's first hand against the aces, and then just needed to fade a jack or a 9. No. Out he goes.
9-6.
That's down to 40, so that should be 5 tables of 8.
Should be.
I reckon. Yes, we do have a Tim Hortons. Iced cappuccino, please. Oh, somebody's testing one of the machines in the background.
Sounds like Mario.
There's all sorts going on today. Yeah, Tim Horton's up the road. Somebody said as well there's a Popeyes up there as well.
thought you
So
said-
apparently it's pretty good.
The Prime Minister.
Oh,
I'll let you know
that's for
tomorrow.
you next
yeah,
week.
tomorrow. I'll let you know tomorrow.
That's for you, the Prime Minister.
Having a day out in Manchester tomorrow. Weather's really nice today.
Walked in this morning.
You walked in.
T-shirt weather this morning.
Wow.
Beautiful weather. Walked into work.
So Tom Hall here with the King 10, starting the hand at 34 effective, just shy. Tom with the Ace Jack, like at say 24, 10 big blinds less. Could potentially could 3-bet call here as Tom, but maybe not comfortable at closer to 35. So just going to flat. Does keep in some dominated stuff at top.
Option on to Tom. Top bet.
Yeah, going to have to stick around for one as Tuan here facing a C-bet.
Not a race.
Tuan
Doing Twan things.
literally doing Tuan things. Does stick around, but not in the form that I was expecting him to. Goes for the little raise to 30k here, and Tom Hall shouldn't be going anywhere with top pair, decent kick up.
Absolutely not.
Feel like we're slightly too deep here to jam tower. Feel like going to see flat a lot of the time. Obviously never see him fold. I just feel like we are slightly too deep to be 3-bet ripping as Tom, but looks like he disagrees. Going to be sending it into the middle. Maybe knowing his customer as well, knowing that Tuan will spin with like a 7-8, a 6-8, sort of these pair gut shot type stuffs. That big old 3-bet rip. Does clear out some equity. Tom Hall, great start for him, up to 250.
Very nice indeed. Already up to 42 bigs. Oh, we're getting a cully.
I didn't know Collie was here. Must have bought in today.
Yep. Yeah, we're getting a cully, Sidhu. Sitting into tee number 6. Swan leads us. Come on, kid. Here we go. Should be in 6, but it doesn't really matter. Besides, 5's his favourite place. So 5 tables of 8, 40 players left.
With some action occurring on outer tables, we will be heading over.
What have we got?
As Arian joins us on the feature. Who have we got on the outer? And it's Boz.
Ooh, the buzzer.
Not at risk, because it is Brandon who is at risk, who has 4-bet sent the ace-5 suited and ran into the kings of Jamie O'Connor.
Flops it. Does Brandon. Always an ace. So the spin is on for Brandon.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that cut off open Brandon. 3-bet small blind Boz, 4-bet send Brandon.
Yep.
And we get there.
Brandon, yes. Is someone grinding their way into one of the machines? Yeah, hey, Fletch. You know where we are when we come to Manchester. We're in the void. Obviously, we invade the space. Tony's working. Also, the guys on the machines at the back, they're working as well. They won't be working as long as us, so they'll be quiet soon. They'll be off for dinner.
Yeah.
The dinner hour.
It should be a raise and take for Tom. I thought it would be. Paul wants to have a look with a 4 high unsuited.
Defending the old 3-4.
Absolute whiff for Paul Clements, but what is he up to here? You got to love a Clemo lead.
He's repping.
Just leads the ace high board, underturned for 2/3 pot. And Tom now with the ace, just, yeah, exactly this. I can't see how Tom gets to continue here. I'm just never going to assign Paul a hand that ace beat in this given situation. Paul Clements with the old move.
Love it. So Annie Kashani comes to the table. He's seen number 2 at a superb 2024. Couple of wins around the globe. Alarm! Alarm! That's the sound you don't want to hear when you're pressing buttons.
Got a nice little beat to it. You could have a little sing-song over the top of this.
Oh, you could rap to this, couldn't you? There's a thing called a plug. Coley with the jacks just come to the table. Day 2 buying. And he says, I'm all in. Comes round to Steve Cherry. Probably get out of the way with the ace-5.
Yeah, never. Rose calling here. Has Steve got to go into the muck?
Johnny Kashani comes to the table with a milli. Forty players still in. Started the day with 43.
Call on the button here, a6 off. Nice one to just try and steal off of 18.
To 12 for the blind to 3-6. Start of the day. Great fold. How are we doing, Gary? Are you going to watch Bowling for Soup this week? They were in Blackpool yesterday. I think they're in Manchester either tomorrow or Saturday. Unplug the jukebox and do us all a favour. There, great lyrics. Unplug the jukebox and do us all a favour. And music.
There's just that high frequency ding I can hear. Really,
Me
it's
too.
the only thing I can hear.
Well, that's not me singing. Definitely not me singing. I couldn't put a tune to that one, let me tell you. There'll be no rapping to that one. Early stages of the high roller. Started the day with 43. 17 day 2 buy-ins. 111 in total. Where's Cully off?
I think he's getting a table for his grub.
Huh.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, straight in, he says. There's the filling, he says.
Literally.
Looking for the filling. I tell you what that isn't is a sausage and bean pasty from Greg's, because you'd burn your tongue and your mouth biting into it like that, because for some unknown reason
They're on.
The beans are about 322 degrees.
Yeah.
I don't know how they do it like that. It's the only thing that's warming, Greg's, after an hour.
How you doing, fun guy slots? Good afternoon.
What are we doing, Lenny? Those things.
Midi not going to open the ace-3 off from the cut-off. Should be some blind-on-blind action between Tom and Stephen. Ace-10 suited for Tom. Either or, seems like just shy of 40. He's going to take the aggressive approach, goes for the 3.5x out of position. Stephen 8-5 off. Tricky one versus Tom. Wouldn't mind just letting this one go onto the next hand. How you doing, JG? Should be a great day indeed. Got some fabulous names in the field. Said earlier, we got bracelet winners, EPT winners, WPT champions, GUKPT champions.
Yep. Sunfield. Oh, he went last night. Bowling for super great last night. Damn.
I've read that. It's something else. Ace-4 suited for Jamie. Makes it 12k.
Queen 9 flop, Queen Jack 6, open ender for Cully, top 2 for Tom. We could have action.
That's Jamie. Gonna see bet this one free-way. Not much going on for our hands, so probably just going to be one and done from him. Tom with the top 2 pair in position. Just making the call. Great start to the day for Tom, and now Cully with his up and down. Getting this price to just call and take a turn. Does he think there's any merit in potentially taking the aggressive approach? I don't think so. When it goes bet call, like unlikely we're going to get a jam through both opponents, so I think this is a better avenue. Just take our price to the turn, see if we can snag what's needed.
Hey, the club's on the turn.
No one's going to like that card out of all 3 players. Clear shutdown for Jamie Dwan. Now, decision point for Tom here. We're not really too fussed about Jamie's range after he checks turn, but Cully can definitely have some 9-10 and flushes from the big here. Feel like top 2 still maybe needing to bet 3-way just to thin the field down, like if Jamie's got something like just an ace high, 1 club, just flushing out that type of equity, getting Cully to call worse, going to the turn. There's the bet from Tom, and it should be hand over.
Indeed it is.
And as it's hand over, we head on out up, and it is Ravi Chef versus Jamie Nixon, 10s versus King. So Ravi needing to find backdoor clubs a thing.
Rabbit just hits all the time, doesn't he?
We will find out next door.
What normally happens. But not this time. Rabbit Sheth with a day 2 buying. And the chance to spin. But runs into Jamie Nixon's Kings. Lost another.
I thought he would have been at Newcastle yesterday. Oh, it was. Okay.
Day 2 buying.
Just shot down the road this morning.
If they'd have lost,
Yeah.
we might not have seen him.
Okay, yeah, it makes
If they'd
sense.
have lost, we
doesn't
might
it?
not have seen him. He walked in today 4-0 to the Newcastle.
Big game for us today.
Yes.
Be nice to make a final. Should turn them over, them Scousers. They're worried about the Premier League and Champions League. They're not fussed about the League Cup. They might as well just let us have it. Ace 3 suited for Stephen. On the button, makes it 13k. Ace 8 of hearts here for Cully, should be a jam. 14 bigs, does send. Twan with King Queen here in the big blind. Interesting one, but I don't think we'll see him call here. Like, Cully will have some stuff we dominate. The King Jack suited, the Queen Jack suited, King 10 suited. A lot of this type of stuff. Obviously crushed by the Ace King, Ace Queen, but still with Stephen, who has us covered behind. I feel like suited Twan will probably go over it. Offsuit, maybe more likely to hit the muck here. Cully hates this tank. As soon as Twan tanks, we just never want to call here. Otherwise, we feel like we're going to need to hit a 3 out up.
Out the door with the King Queen. And Steve Cherry. Is he going to see? Yeah, well, we're going to see a flop. We're going to see the cards on the backs.
Ah, okay.
Cully has a big chance to double.
I weren't expecting Stephen to call here, Tower.
Me neither. Me neither. So Steve Cherry ace 3. Coley ace 8. Oh, flops a 3. Coley needs an 8. Backdoor running hearts. 7 of hearts would be nice. We're down to an 8.
And the case 8 as well.
And it is not, so Cully Sidhu busting out.
And that's Cully bus. It's all going on, guys, as expected. Start of the high roller. We're going to spin on over to the outer tables again. This time it's Endrick Getchy all in with the King Queen at risk against LD. And no help there for Endrick. Does pick up a gut shot. So needing paint.
Oh, that one.
And paint he
Jack of
finds.
diamonds, baby.
Not straight on the river for Endrick Getchy, so he's going to double come in today as the short stack started with 41k bagging yesterday. Where are we off to?
We're on the round. What's happening here?
We spin round. We got a
Terry Jordan's in.
We got a three-way all in. Antoine Labatt with 8s, Thomas Clack with Ace King.
Who's got 10-3?
Who do you think, Tower? Who do you think?
10-3 of diamonds.
So Terry's dead. No, he's not. He can hit a 10, sorry. I thought he was king. So 3 no good. So 10 high for Terry, ace high for the ace king of Thomas Clack. Antoine Labatt is going to treble up. Thomas Clack going to win a small side versus TJ. And let's see what Terry's left with. Well, had one of the biggest stacks coming in today. But 10-3 just in the middle there. Ace king, 8s. And imagine a 10 on the river. I thought he was dead on the turn, still had 3 outs. And TJ loses a few.
Well, we Cully Sidhu losing, so we also lost Jamie Dale, John Adley, little Mikey Wharton. Oh, Mikey Wharton, Mickey Wharton's turned up. Saw him last night, jumped in. Jamie Walden, busting out. Mitch Johnson, Mo Kilkenny, and Chris Cunliffe. All busting out in the early stages. Sidhu leaves us with 31.
And we got full payouts as well, guys, so we'll show you those after the hand, see what we're playing for in the Manchester High Roller.
Couple of quid. 111 runners.
So ace king deuce checks through, jack of hearts on the turn. Still feel like we're going to play a lot of checks here as Jamie, although flop checking through. Yes, we have top pair, but still out of position to 2 on a board that's probably more favourable for their ranges. So checking again with the top pair. Tom now picking up a gut shot and heart in hand. Does he want to delay here? Chooses against the delay continue. Feel like Stephen will be betting here now though, Tao. Once we check this one back on the flop and check 2 a second time on the turn, feel like almost always going to have the best hand. Start getting some value from hands like King Queen, King 10, Queen Jack, Jack 10, some King X of Hearts out there to get paid from. And in this occasion, Jamie's hand, 1 to get paid from 2, although going to be chopping it up on most rivers against Jamie's specific holding. Now we won't see Tom overcall with a gut shot with 1 to come into the muck.
The river, 2 of clubs.
Yeah, both players like to see that, probably more Jamie than Stephen. Now chopping with all other ace-X, and after flop checks through as well, there's no real world that Stephen has us beat here. Queen 10 is the one that doesn't choose to bet, which will bet at some frequency when check 2. So I can't see an avenue where this just doesn't go bet call tower. A great river to see for Jamie, no deuce X in Stephen's range. Does just 1 chip him, and we will chop it up.
We're going to chop it up. We're gonna chop it up. Don't you know, chop it up. £49,000.
Wow, nearly 50 bag.
Not bad.
111 entries. What a turnout again in Manchester. It's absolutely flying this year with the Coventry leg one. Huge
11.
turnout. Manchester. Pardon?
11.
Little 10% up. But
Yeah, that's weird.
we got over 2x min cash, I guess.
Yeah. What was the buying? 1,500?
Yeah, 1350 plus 150.
£3,640 for 11th. Paying 11, so the bubble will be 12.
KG bubble that will be.
Yeah.
Decent min cash.
Great price pool. Just short, £50,000 to the winner.
Been doing a CFO afternoon. Feeling a bit peckish. You, Tower?
I had a very healthy breakfast this morning. I had an omelette and I had a fresh orange, fresh carrot and fresh ginger smoothie.
Is that from the smoothie shop across the road?
Across the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched him whiz them all up.
Yeah.
He whizzed them all up for me. Yep, very nice indeed it was. I walked into work, t-shirt weather, quick wander around the cathedral, straight into work. There's a lot of roadworks going on in Manchester, I've noticed.
There is.
A lot.
Now, this is going to be interesting here for Midi. Intrigued to see how he proceeds because we're not full ring here. We're 7 max. So we've opened gun, 3 bet from +1 from Arian. I still personally just fold it. I know we can see he's got the best hand, but always say that sort of general rule of thumb when we open from under the gun. Ace Jack off is kind of the line. The hands we start folding. The suited, the ace queen, ones that can continue. I saw it, Ollie. Ollie sent me a video of the old Geordies after they made it through to the final at the stadium.
Ah.
He was there yesterday.
Was it good, was it?
It looked good, yeah. They'll soon be brought to reality though when the Spurs meet them at Wembley.
Richie Burners says there is. I've been driving through them all morning. There just seems to be, and I walked into work, it's about a 25-minute walk. Beautiful, crisp morning. It was about -3 last night. So a very nice morning. wandered into work, turned left out the hotel and wandered into town. Nice crisp morning, but there's a lot of roadworks everywhere.
Ace 4 for Jamie here, opens button. Should be a jam from Paul Clements. 16 bigs, ace 10 suited. Perfect opportunity to say the words I'm all in against a wide button opening range. Oh, well, it's bad timing from Clemo. Not much we can do. It's a clear jam spot. We have to take it, but we've run into it behind. Midi with the big slick in the big blind. Probably just ISOs himself. Jamie starts the hand with around 45 effective. So I guess Midi just jams. Volatility. Just a call. Okay, trying to induce perhaps from Jamie. Either way, going to be the same result. Paul Clements needing to find a 10 to stay alive.
Can he find it? Bit of luck after yesterday. He got eliminated. That flop he had yesterday was just to get bust out on that flop was very unlucky for Paul Clements. Clemmy with a 10. 10 deuce 7. Could be a double up to 220,000. Only 2 kings to fade. One has been mucked. The river. And there we go. Full double for Paul.
What will probably happen, Joe Diego, we both make the final, something will happen. There'll be like a natural occurrence that postpones the game or something.
Still no trophy for either Newcastle or Tottenham.
The game keeps getting postponed. But this is the thing, like, all the kids these days, like, they forget that we have won a trophy in the last 20 years. When everyone says Spurs haven't won a trophy, all this, we won the League Cup. 2007-2008 season. One of the main 4, if you like. What have Rotherham won?
We won not a great deal. We've been at Wembley more times than in the space of 7 years, when we were up and down in the League One and Championship and League One and Championship. From, I think it was something like 2010 to 2017. Rotherham United went to Wembley more times than every club apart from 2.
Did you win there ever?
4 times.
Oh, you won there 4 times.
Yep.
So you have won
Lost 2, won 4. Maurice Wigham, flying home tomorrow from Tenerife.
No, Ollie, wasn't Redknapp. That was One Day Ramos, who won the League Cup with us. John Woodgate popping up in extra time. No, Paul going to be free betting the 10s to call here. If Stephen did elect to get aggressive, probably won't with the ace jack off. We will see how he proceeds. Does want to see 3. Seven, 7-4, nice looking flop for Paul. Probably hear about Jacks plus pre at this stack depth that are happy to get it in versus us. Not much, if any, 7x in Stephen's range. Just going to continue. Continues fairly hefty. Goes for the bigger bet on the 7-7-4. And can't see how Ace Jack will ever continue versus this size.
And into the muck they go. Joe Diego, you mocked Rotherham United. We were robbed out of that final. We were in the first ever.
You remember it, 1961?
Rotherham United were in the first ever League Cup final. We played Aston Villa.
Okay.
It was a 2-legged affair. back in the day. We beat Aston Villa 2-0 at Aston Villa. It then got stopped until the first game of the new season, and Aston Villa had got 10 new players, and they beat us 3-0. We were robbed.
Why didn't you
Completely robbed we were.
Why didn't you
Because
get
we
any
got
new
no
players?
money.
Well, you should have.
We've never
Work
had any
harder.
money.
You should have told the bloke.
Rotherham United, every time they've been in the Championship in the last 4 years, have had the lowest wage bill
Okay.
for the last, every time they're in the Championship. So whoever's second bottom, it's us that's holding them all up. We were robbed of that. I tell you, 1961, we should have won the League Cup. We were robbed by Aston Villa.
It'd be great if you could do that these days. Like, imagine it, like when Millwall made the. I remember when Millwall made the FA Cup final against Man U, and they could just bring in all these Iniesta and Xavi over from Barcelona and stuff to come and play.
Yeah, we were robbed.
King 9 open. Seems fairly wide from Jamie at this particular table. Like, you got Midi, you got Arian, you got Tom Hall all behind us that can potentially free bet. But Jamie going to choose to open nonetheless with a King 9. I guess we have got Clemmy away from the table, so we are effective cut off. Probably makes it fine. Didn't actually see that Clemmy weren't in his seat. Continuing for 8k. Any little check raises here, I wonder, from Mr. Hall? The Jack 7 of spades wrapped round this 10. Not gonna take it. Just chooses to fold. Jamie gets that one done with the King High.
Still big chip leader. I think Sharney over $1 million in chips. I don't think Tom plays too much live anyway. Yeah, he picks and chooses his live events through the year. You see him in Vegas every year, but on the circuit he'll pick the.
We only really see
the big ones.
See him at like Manchester and Leeds these days. Yeah. I think are the only times I see Tom.
Well, I'm guessing we'll see him in Coventry for the millions. You might see him elsewhere for the millions as well in Nottingham, but probably still ripping it up online. Here's the man. Great feature turn on Mike Leonard. You're not wrong. Great field, stacked field.
6 English managers have won trophies in the last 30 years. Can you name them? Says Richie Burner.
6 managers have won the trophies in the last 30 years.
Is Roy Hodgson one?
Must be.
Didn't he win the Europa League with Fulham?
Must be.
Or did they lose to Juventus in the final? I actually can't remember. I remember they got to the final, but.
Harriet Redknapp. Joe Royal. Joe Royal's Scottish, isn't he? What is he English? Oh, must do it in English.
Domestic trophy, says Richie Burner. Okay.
The 2 managers of Coventry City when they beat Tottenham in 1987.
They had 2 managers, did they?
They did. They were two managers. They were a dual partnership. They had 2 managers. Coventry City. So one of them would have got to be.
Who's it count? Who's the manager then? If they win the trophy, who says, right, you get all the credit, mate?
No, they both went up. Both lifted the trophy at the same time.
Okay.
John Sillett, there you go. Cheers, Gully. And somebody else.
Nice little double barrel here from Tom. Goes for pot on the turn, and pot probably going to get this 7 out of here. Well, I thought it would, but look at this from Stephen. Going to raise the pot bet in position with bottom pair. Makes it 80k. And now Tom with a 9-eye flush draw out of position. We do have the gutter to go alongside it, but there are some scenarios here that we're drawing thin against some better flush draws as Stephen. Some ace-x of hearts, maybe some queen or jack of hearts that thinks they're bluffing. And out of position, not getting to see what Stephen does first on the river. It's annoying, but we may just have to fold here now as Tom. I'm not sure, getting nearly 3-1, but there are some scenarios that Stephen has some better heart draws, has us pretty jubbed, but Tom does want to have a look at the river. Just when we're up against ace-x of hearts, this type of stuff, we're drawing dead to an 8. But Tom doesn't just find the flush on the river tower, he finds it in the form that Stephen makes trips. What a ridiculous river card this is. The most action of the lot. And now, as Tom, is he going to play lead? That's ridiculous. Where has the dealer found this one from?
Is that everything but a chip?
So Stephen going to ask for a count, can see the flush has completed, but we have rivered trip sevens.
Can we get away from this one?
Like, the thing is, where's Tom going to bluff from here, Tab? What hands does Tom want to bet flop, bet turn, call our turn raise out of position, then lead, jam, river? It does look incredibly strong, but we've got trip sevens blind on blind. This is the problem. We've made trips blind v blind when ranges should be as wide as they are. Like, the thing is, Tom never has any 7x of his own. I think that's quite important. I don't think Tom ever bet calls any one pair 7x, and there's no like 7x with a draw because the 7 of clubs and 7 of hearts on the board. So, like, Tom can still have some strong hands, aces, kings, tens, that all complete pre for sure. They can be in there. He can have hands like king 7, 10 7, a7, all for 2 pair on the turn. But I doubt he's going to lead these when the flush completes. So I feel like this is just going to be a lot of ace-x of hearts here for Tom Hall. Maybe a hand like he has, some sort of combo draw, a queen 9 of hearts, queen 8 of hearts, queen jack 8 of hearts, jack 9 of hearts, all this type of stuff. But it's a much better board for Tom. Like, in terms of range, this is just his, because completing from the small, he still has aces, kings, tens. Stephen doesn't have any of these hands. Like, Tom's still got everything here, king 7, a7, 10 7, the combo draws that make a flush on the end. And Stephen in a real predicament here after finding trip sevens. I don't think someone in the chat saying 10x of clubs potentially is Tom for a bluff, but I don't think there's any need to bluff that on the river as Tom. Once turn goes raised, like we still beat 8-9, jack-9 double gutted, maybe some club draws that are out there for Stephen as well. I don't think 10x of clubs would ever bluff this spot as Tom Hall.
Sandbank's being used by Steve Cherry.
It's a real sick spot. And it's not like the fact I said that we chop with another 7, like both have a 7 and ace king 10 play, because the way Tom's played this line, there's no 7x out there for Tom. So he's basically saying now that he has a flush or a boat. And it looks like Stephen is going to pay it off and see the bad news. Ridiculous river card to roll off on the end. Trips versus a flush blind on blind. Cold deck for Steve Cherry.
Unlucky Tom Hall over to 600k from his day 2 buying.
What a session.
Yep.
Who needs to come on the Wednesday, play for 12 hours, when you can turn up and within the hour have 6 starting stacks?
Alex Gulabevs, Chris Wood and Thomas Clack.
So this was the hand. Alex had the ace 10 up against LD's ace king. And he chops back.
6 of spades. Wow, 6 of spades would have been good. Alex Gulabevs just busting out. Oh, lucky sir. What a table that is as well. Every table stacked, stacked, stacked. Is that Latte from Teesside? It looks like it is. Would you like a cup of tea?
Yeah, a cup of tea sounds good.
Beautiful. Liverpool had joint managers. That was in the 80s, wasn't it? Was that Joe Fagin? or whatever they were.
I remember player managers. They used to be.
Yeah, they
a
were
lot
a thing,
more
weren't
common.
they?
They used to be a lot more common player managers.
Yeah, player managers were. We had a player manager once. What was it? Can't remember who it was. Might have been Mark Robbins, actually. We never had a couple of player managers. That's not a thing anymore.
Always used to think if they used to have a stinker as a player manager,
I know,
half time
yeah.
they just talk to themselves in the mirror. Like,
Yeah.
if you're having an absolute stinker as a player manager, who goes to right, mate? I think you need to have a. have the rest
I
of the-
think actually we might have had Emily News in the early 80s.
Paul going to continue with the deuces on the Queen 8-5. Ace high for Twan. Never know with this man. Can be a tricky customer. Chooses just to fold on this occasion. Gerard Houllier. I remember him. I didn't realise he had a dual roll though at the time, Dan. That would have been what? About 20 odd years ago. Hey then, Carl Lakeland. Afternoon, lads. Hope you're both well. What was you on about for Glasgow last night? Is there a festival? Is there a festival for Glasgow? Let's have a look, shall we? There we go. 888 Live, Glasgow, 13th of March. It kicks off, and you can see our first ever progressive knockout live event going to be occurring at 888 Live, Glasgow. There's the schedule, guys. Best thing to do, just screenshot on your device. That is week 1. And then this is week 2, main event week. If you want to play the main, buy in for that 800 plus 88. Expecting a good turnout. First ever event, we've done it in Glasgow. First time I'm ever going to be in Glasgow, and hopefully we'll see a lot of you there supporting the 888 Live. So, Tom, what a start to the day. Not even been playing an hour. We bought in for 100k. We've got 540. Going to get a defend here from Jamie Dwan, 8-6 deuce mono. Can't see Tom's cards, but if we are going to choose to continue, usually small sizes, what you're going to see on the mono textures. Tom does come with small, just a big blind, I believe, slightly more, 11k, quarter pot. Jamie not going anywhere with middle. Nice looking turn for Jamie, picks up and down to go alongside his second pair. I do feel like we will see a lot of checks here from Tom. Like a card that's slightly more favourable for Jamie, although with our stack, like, we are going to open 9-7 suited, we are going to open 5-6 suited, these type of hands from cut-off specifically, and a king of clubs on the river. Not loving that as Jamie Dwan, and this probably going to go check. And I expect when Tom has a lot of ace high, queen high stuff, no club, for him to bluff. I feel like if Tom checks this back, I feel like he wins. But if he bets, like, all the ace high, queen high, jack high stuff he gets to the river with without a club, just has to bluff now. So, like, as Jamie, we kind of, like, we don't want to see a bet, but when Tom checks back, we're kind of like, oh, we're probably losing anyway. Tom's got showdown, he's river to king, etc. So 42k from Tom Hall on the end here. 2/3 pot, and Jamie just having to fold with his 6. How you doing, Lee? Brookie, afternoon, lads. Watching en route to Liverpool to watch Liverpool hammer Spurs. You'll be so lucky.
Nice one, Brookie. Enjoy the match. Wrap up warm.
Progressive bounty event is at Glasgow Live, Carl.
It is.
888 Live Glasgow, PK Rumble, you see it at the top there. So first time we are going to be incorporating a progressive knockout into one of our events.
Like it.
Looks good.
Plenty going on in Glasgow.
Did Mark Hughes win something at sea? I don't think he did Gibraltarian. I think Mancini was...
Mark Hughes is Welsh.
yeah, but he's I thought you said British managers.
No, he said English.
Pretty sure Mancini was the first one when City come into all that money to get the first trophy.
Yeah.
The Aguero moment.
Well, I saw them run a PKO in Dublin, and it seemed pretty easy.
Yeah, if they run it the same as they run it in Vegas as well, it's pretty simple.
You always round up, so you don't do it exact. You always round up to the nearest fiver, and it looked pretty easy. I saw it at the not the Irish Open. It was at the IPO actually, not last year, the year before, and also at the festival in February that they have. It does look pretty. It sounds hard, but it's not as hard as what you think it is. The floor to just take control and you round up. That's it. All you need to do. There you go. Now is that says Portsmouth have done some PKOs and they work. They actually do work. I've heard that Portsmouth do very well with their events.
Both catch a piece on 10-6-3. Bottom for Midi, middle for Jamie. Jamie opened the King 6 on the button.
10-6-3 flop. Midi checks, bottom pair. Jamie in middle. I'm expecting Midi to come along.
Good card for Jamie Dwan's range. Not the best for actual hand. I don't think there's really too much merit in betting now as Jamie. Only really get continues from hands we're behind to.
7 of spades river after it's checked.
It's actually a really interesting river spot there for Midi Tower. Like when you always say think about where we are in range, when that 7 rolls off and all like this 8-7, 9-7, 9-8, 7-5, 7-4 now will either make a pair or a straight, and we're sat there with bottom pair, worse kicker. Like it's hard to get to the river with a worse hand than a 3 when that 7 rolls off. So with all these straight combos now even making a straight or a pair, so maybe there may have been some ideas to turn that bottom pair into a bluff there, just because of where we are. Not really going to have any worse hands when we get to the river than a 3 on that particular river. Didn't get after it. There were 22 day 2 buy-ins today.
17.
17.
26 bagged up.
Oh yeah, 17 of
start.
course. 94 we come back with.
Yeah.
And one of those spanned was Tom Hall.
Yep.
Believe it or not, an hour into the day, not even an hour into the day, Tom
This stack is amazing.
started with 100k. We are playing down to a finish today. Probably a long day ahead. 11 million play, so probably 160k, 200k. Big blind level this will be finishing. About midnight, full 12 hours, sounds good. Ace Queen, Midi on the button. this could be interesting here. Depending what avenue Arian wants to take versus this button open with the pocket eights. I think important to make decision now if we are going to go for 3-bet what we're doing against a 4-bet rip. So if we sort of ask ourselves with 3-bet pocket eights to fold, it seems like one that is too good to be doing that. So just landing on flat. I'm going to bring Tom Hall in with the suited 9-3 three-way action. Exactly that engine mode. There is some work going on in the same room as us.
Yep, we are in the void in Manchester. We take over the place, and we got to respect that some people are actually still working while we're here. They do keep noise to a minimum, and Tony's really good for us. He shuts his doors, but we can't help. He does finish at 4. I don't know if you've ever been to Manchester engine mode, but if you know the void, you'll know what it's like. It's a 200 by 200 room with not a lot in it apart from junk.
There is no way this is 200 by 200. This is as rectangular a room that it comes with. It's not a square.
It's nearly square.
It's not a square.
It's nearly square.
Yeah, I'm going to get the measuring tape.
close-
I'll
Yeah,
tell you, wait. I'll get the measuring tape out on break, and then we'll see. Back to the action, because we go 3-way to the turn here. Check, check, midi, continue. Called in both spots. Queen of clubs on the turn. Midi turns top pair, top kicker. And interested to see how midi proceeds, because we have gone 3-way to the turn, and like Arian in the small, he's going to have deuces, threes, fives, ace-4 suited, all in range for sure. Obviously 6s through like 9s that have an elected 3-bet in there too. Tom can still have 4-6, 5 deuce, 5-3 suited. So we do turn this top pair, top kicker as midi. But if we get action, it's become slightly dicey. Not going to be getting action from Tom Hall after met with this double barrel into field. Midi takes a nice one.
It's not engine mode. I've not been to Manchester. Anything past Watford Gap is deep north. Oh, is there any heating on there today? Yes. Yes, there is. It's t-shirt weather. Lee with the 7s.
Suited for Arian on the button, starting the hand just shy of 40 effective with Twan. Seems like one that should be happy to call. Interesting flop. Imagine the 7 rolling off at one point. 8-6 deuce rainbow. 2 overs, gut shot for Arian. Twan 1 over card to contend with. Not much going on for Steve from the big blind. Seems fine to continue 7's 3-way here. Flush out some equity to overs. We still get some value from worse too. Little 40% from Twan. From Arian and Stephen out of the way.
Heads up to the turn. Six of hearts, pairs on the turn.
Yeah, not going to be a ridiculous amount of 6x out there. 6-7 suited perhaps. May just fold pre though for Arian. A6 suited is the the one like to be worried about from Twan's perspective, but Aaron's still going to have stuff like 8-9 of clubs, ace-8 of clubs, like ace-8 suited, 8-9 suited, 8-10 suited. All can be a thing here for Arian for sure. Also, doesn't necessarily have to just have 8x or 6x for value. Can have some overpairs of his own that don't choose the free bet pre. 9s or 10s facing the gun open. Seems fine to call at a frequency. Fires for 45. Twan calls with the 7s.
2 of hearts, river, Twan leave with a check mark if we get down there.
Now,
double pair board.
it's actually a really interesting river tower because Twan's always playing check, and then Arian, he has the decision whether to just give up and white flag wave with the 10 high, or potentially try and blast Twan off his holding. I'm not sure what Twan's thinking about here, Tower, because I don't think we get any leads here. Should just be checking it over to the aggressor. That was Arian after barreling turn. I'm thinking block maybe, I'm not sure. I feel like just one that always checks. And now decision point for Arian, because we'll know that 10 high can never be good here. But what do we feel like Twan's range looks like? Do we feel like he's going to have a lot of ace highs, this type of stuff? The thing you've got to remember as well, Tower, complete rainbow board on the turn. So it's like difficult for Twan to call like ace highs here, because is he really going to call ace king, ace queen, ace jack, this type of stuff on the turn? No flush draw being present. Do we think that we're going to fold him off stuff like 9s, 10s, jacks? I don't think Twan's the type of customer that would fold these hands. So just maximum pressure here from Arian. Maybe he feels with his small turn size that Twan will have some more ace highs, ace king, ace queen. We didn't go too large on the turn, so maybe Arian feeling there's still going to be a fair amount of ace highs in range that we can fold out. And getting the 7s out of there on this occasion.
We'll get the news that Arian got him off one. 27 players left. 27 from 43. First session of the day.
Fearless indeed, Span. You've got to be fearless to bluff Twan. I'll tell you that. Old Twan is a tricky customer. We've seen him make some big calls over the years. Not finding that one with the 7s. I guess it's not the best hand to call, in the fact that if Aaron is going to ever call stuff like 7-9 suited, like we heavily block that, the up and down on the flop. 10-7 suited seems a bit of a stretch pre-flop, but if you're assigning it, then obviously 7's not a good hand to catch with.
Raising and taking. Payouts. There we go, £49,040. 31,950. Paying 11. 11 runners. Nice.
Nice indeed.
Nice. Just over 2x. There's the min cash.
Yeah, I think I'm going to get a serious case of laryngitis about 7:45, JG.
It's an 8 o'clock kickoff.
Yeah, that's what I said. Serious case at 7:45.
Oh, right.
Because it looks a bit suspicious if at 8 o'clock I'm just suddenly comes down to it. 7:45, I might be able to play it out a little bit.
Might be able to blag it.
We'll see, JG. Probably not. If a break or dinner break of the high roller falls same time as the football, might get to catch 20 minutes or so. But
When was the last time you had dinner at 8 p.m?
That's breakfast usually for me.
Oh, that's true.
Forget dinner.
Fry up, love.
Ace 9 suited for Paul from Gun. Makes it 16. Twan in the small blind, king 10 of hearts. Not going anywhere. And Jamie with the defend 2 with the ace 10 of diamonds.
Queen, jack, flop. Open ender for 12.
Yeah, go off for Jamie, but mulling this over. Don't think we get any leads on this board. He's already checked, that's why. Over to Paul. I'm going to continue the ace-9 suited. I'm probably going to get called in both spots here. Don't think there's much merit in raising here as Twan. When we're at this stack depth, like we make this like 65k, Paul jams, it's a disaster. Feel like just take our equity to the turn. This man, you never know. He's one of my favourites to watch. He's unpredictable. Just rips the lot in.
Love it.
A 2x pot jam over the continue from Clemo. If you want to call, you want to run it, let's go, says Twan. Gets it through.
Lines 4,000, 8,000. Couple of eliminations. Brandon Shields busting out after doubling up early doors. Danielle Noja also busting out. And Phil Corrigan. So would Ivy.
Ivy's gone.
Gone. We're on 25. 25. Afternoon, Colin. How's your season-long football bets doing, Colin? You always do them, one from each league. Usually gets 3 up.
Really?
Yeah, he does really well with the season-long bets, does old Colin.
I've not had one in for 15 years. Spurs
I
still
never
not
do.
won the league title.
I never do them.
I've done them a couple of times for Spurs, and that's it. I've never the only time. I actually had Wolves one year to win the Premier League as well.
Wolves?
Yeah, about 2016. Because I have a friend of mine, and he. You must actually know him. You remember Andy Greekfish?
Yes.
So he's a huge Wolves fan.
Oh, right,
and
okay.
he's in the know as well. He speaks to all the
It doesn't
people.
sound like he'd be at Wolves.
He speaks to a lot of the people at the top of Wolves.
Right.
And he had heard that in like someone was buying them out and they were getting all this money. They were going to become a billionaire club like the new Man City.
Right.
And he was like, "You need to get on Wolves next season to win the Premier League. You need to get on Wolves next season to win the Premier League." And they come nowhere.
They've not even made the top 10.
And I always remind him about it. Whenever I see him, he always gets it from me about that bet. But that's the Wolves and Spurs, the only 2 long-term season bets.
And Colin Porter replies, this time no good. Oh, we've not put Rotherham in. Jeez. Closer to relegation than we are promotion. We even lost to Bradford City. That's how bad we are.
He also, in 2016, when Ronaldo was still at Madrid,
Yeah.
and he said that Wolves were like a cert to sign Cristiano Ronaldo. Like some of the stuff he was coming out with that season, it was.
He had you.
He did.
Oh dear.
Funny enough, it was him that took the bet as well. Funny enough, it weren't. They should have had it done and dusted the other night, Gully. I watched that game, Borough versus Sunderland. They should have been 2 or 3 up.
Ended up losing.
Yeah, couldn't put it to bed. Folds round 2 to 1. Queen 9 of diamonds. King Queen for Mini, just defend. There's a nice looking flop for Twan. Flop's a flush draw. Just king high here for Midi. Probably hand done. Like if Midi had king queen diamond here, probably wants to continue king queen no diamond. like maybe just gets out of the way. Depending on size, like if Chong goes really small, yeah, still get involved. Which he does actually, goes for 12k, so wouldn't actually be surprised to see Midi come along now against less than third pot, between quarter and third.
It was a 7 of turns, 7 of clubs.
Check, check.
River. There's the 8 of hearts.
Got a bluff now as Midi, I feel like, to up like 5x. We've just got this advantage from the big. And once again, where are we in range? We've called King Queen high on the flop. Like, once again, all these straight draws, 7-5, 8-5, 7-8, they all now either make a pair or a straight. So when we're sat with King High, not going to have a worse hand at the river. So it does go for the bluff. Twan actually with a worst hand. A nice little river lead from Midi. Good to see TJ as well.
Indeed.
Come in today with plenty of chips. I wonder how he's getting on the outer table. Saw the freeway all in with 10-3 about half hour ago.
With the 10-3.
I should play these, but I've usually got literally 17 tables.
Did not hear about TJ's treble up yesterday. 6-3 versus Ace King and King Jack. To be fair, the 6-3 suited. Didn't hear about that one, Span. See if we can get him on if he makes the next break. We've got 45 minutes till first break, but saying that, we're down to 25, so we actually have. Are we doing a free table redraw tower? Or are we just doing twos now? Just twos, okay, so we won't have a free table at 24.
2 table redraw.
Nice looking flop for Clemo. Paul just going to continue. I've noticed the Scottish contingency all coming down through to different stops. Coventry leg one, we had loads of Scots.
Yes,
Manchester, there's a lot of the Scots here as well. They're
all getting the word out. They were going up there 3 times this year.
Yeah. Maybe that's why they're all down. They think like they got to support a bit more of the southern stops now. We're in north of the border 3 times this year.
Good to see it.
It's going to feel weird having Edinburgh.
Edinburgh one in June.
And then we have one in October, which is going to be strange. Going to be weird walking out the Maybury at 5 o'clock and it's dark outside.
Why is the GUKPT 888?
Where?
In October.
GUKPT. Where are you looking? GUKPT 888. Oh, it says Edinburgh.
They're buying.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I have words with that. I think that should be 1,000. I think that's going to be 900 plus 1. I think that's a straight £1,000 in Edinburgh in October.
That's a good spot, Tower.
Yeah. That's what I'm here for.
Good spot, sir.
Hiya, Tony. Just under 50,000 to the winner, scrolling across the bottom prizes for this event. 111. Paying 11.
Queen 7 suited for Tom. Do expect defend for Breeway. Defend he does. Of course.
What's that?
The exchange rate. One of them Scottish notes, £20 Scottish notes, only worth £19. I forgot about that. I remember that this must have been years ago, pre-lockdown. We were up there, and somehow I wangled up with apparently it was a £50 note.
Okay.
But it's a Scottish £50 note. And have you ever seen a
don't think
Scottish
I have.
£50 note? And it looked nothing like a bit of money. And I remember I still had it in my pocket when I got down south. And I'll tell you that getting rid of that £50 note was one of the hardest things I think I've ever done. It was tough. Because you give it to someone down south, they're like, what is that? I've never seen this tender in my life.
Afternoon, Gary. Yes, this is one stack field, and we're heading to the table because we could have action here with Stephen and Tom.
Yeah, and even Paul.
Yeah, even
Tower.
Paul's connected as well with the Jack Queen.
What a ridiculous flop three-way. Top pair, top kicker for Stephen, top pair for Paul, and Tom with pair flush draw. All is going on here. But the thing is, this is really strange because Stephen's just ripped 130 into 72. So like 180% pot here from Stephen. And Paul is going to run it here with the Queen Jack. And now Tom with pair and flush draw. Off we go, I guess, Tower. Maybe Tom thinking, is there a situation Stephen has something like Queens, Paul has something like Ace 10 of clubs, and we are just toast. But there's so much out there to be won now, and we've just got a ridiculous amount of equity with our hand as Tom Hall. This is going to be a huge pot. But the only way I see Tom folding here, Tower, is if he feels like Stephen's going to have like some over pairs and Paul's, or vice versa, and Paul's going to have like a flush draw that has us dominated, then we're just drawing to a queen or a 7. So Tom has got out of the way.
Tom has got out of the way.
Has got out of the way
And
with a queen
Steve
7.
Cherry has called with top. And it is... Well, just going back with the action tracker, it did tell us that he had a bit of a glitch. So there we go. We've ended up with Tom folding the flush draw and bottom pair. Steve Cherry with top. And Paul Clements needing a queen. And it's not. So Paul drops back down to 120. Steve Cherry up to 340. And Tom would have missed.
He's just a go. I don't think I can find that fault. I've got a pair and a flush draw. Yeah, I know he's probably thinking, okay, likely we're up against a nut flush draw and like Jack X plus, so we're going to need to hit a queen or a 7 without a club rolling off. We're drawing super thin in terms of equity, but to still let that go, don't think everyone folds there. Pair and a flush draw, all that money in the middle. I feel like Tom just recognises a lot of scenarios where we are dominated by a bigger flush, and then we need to hit a queen or a 7 against the Jack X or over pair. It's still really tough to get away from that one when we know we're just going to have a heap of equity. Like never folding it heads up, but three-way, I think he just feels like there's those scenarios that occur enough of the time, nut flush draw and over pair or Jack X, that just has us drawing nigh on dead. I just feel like the difference in stacks of the like Paul Clements. If we just beat Paul Clements there though, as Tom, we make money. Like once Paul's in, we've just got to beat him heads up to be profitable on the hand. Although we only like make a few chips, it's really interesting spot when Paul has Stephen covered by 13 bigs. And the Queen 7 suited into the mark. He'll know better than me. Really tough to let those type of hands go, especially with 2 cards to come.
Good afternoon, the old carpet catcher. How are you?
This is kind of nice from Stephen. Really nice. King Queen suited, shops for 22 against the gun open. 7 max.
Apocalypse says, I can confirm the £50 notes up in Scotland look more like some letter from 1800s France.
It's literally true. like literally, you rock up with it down south, and you try and give it to someone, or you go somewhere, you try and pay with it, and they look at you like they're like, yeah, what, you trying to have me over, mate? You think that's money? Yeah, you just got that out of a board game. Like they're not, they won't have it.
Having a lunch breaks to flicked on the stream. Nice one. We're here all week. 12:20, Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday.
Piano Cat, who lives in Scotland, goes, we have £50 notes.
And what are they? So 49,000 and a bit of change to the winner.
Deuce of Hearts turn, so Tom does pick up flush draw here. Lots of checking for Jamie. Does check quickly behind. Don't think merit for either betting here. Does just go check, check.
So we're on 25. Lemmy looks down at Ace King and 12 bigs.
May jam tower. I prefer open. I think everyone knows in these spots, but sometimes you just see Ace King. You got 12 bigs. Still going to be winning. Still going to make us money in the long run. Just maybe eke out that little bit of extra. Just going with the 2 bigs, either or. Going to be the same result.
That's fastest table fold ever.
Yeah.
Five minutes to go until the end of the first session. $11, get the money.
Queen Jack 4 midi opens to 20k.
Paul, unbeknownst to us what he does have, defends out of the big. Sees an ace-high flop.
Yeah, board that's heavily c-bet as midi. Like our actual hand, maybe one that prefers checking, but we're going to continue range on the ace-jack 3 rainbow. Just continue small. Gets it done.
chip leader on the table with a milli and 100 bigs.
Should be an open from Tom.
Jamie just calls on the button with ace queen.
Yeah, but against like EP or Tom, like I guess we can comfortably 3-bet call at 27, but maybe feels like just going to keep a lot of dominated stuff in. Like ace queen's one of them ones that not necessarily a 3-bet, does have that function of just keeping all the worst ace x, the worst queen x involved. We have position 2.
Lemmy says I'm having it all in the middle. The triangle is in again.
Yeah, and if only Tom Hall could see the cards as king queen with a queen of hearts but cannot call, would have been in.
There we go.
Good shape.
Yeah, moves back up to 18 big blinds.
No, so I had like loads of gin, and like leaders of the day, and like average stacks like really deep all the way through, like and now it's like I'm ranking it.
25 out of 111. 25 out of 43 today. 26 bagged up yesterday. Alright, be sound.
We'll have a listen.
We'll have a listen.
Cameras come over and looks like get me out of here.
What's his name? Matt Affleck, was it?
Oh, is that great?
Yeah. Threw his bottle against the door and he walked out.
Maybe you've muted yourself, Apocalypse.
Yeah, seems fine. I just had a little listen.
Just checked it here. Seems okay. Bianicat's got sound. You might just press your button. Sounds perfect here too. Bradford are rubbish.
Ace 9 off for Arian in the big blind, should see it defend.
Ten high flop. 10-8 deuce. Apocalypse is back with us now.
Not really the best flop for us as Tom. Not even a backdoor flush draw in sight. 10-8 deuce. Does continue snap fold from Arian with the ace 9. Gets the better hand out of it. Oh, you forgot Span's a Bradford fan as well. Oh no, he's coming here tomorrow as well.
He?
Yep.
Oh no! I'll have to retract all that. We're in the semi-final of the Pizza Cup. Don't know who we'll be playing though. No idea who we'll be playing. The semi-final could be a trip to Wembley.
Could be. And we're having a trip to the outer table quickly.
Oh aye.
Because we've got an all-in and a call.
Uh-oh.
And it's Kev Allen
Oh!
with the King 7 and his short stack against the Ace 6.
Same scenario, needs a king or a 7. Still the same. And it's unlucky for Kev Allen. Taps the table, off he goes. Probably jumping the main. Maybe have a breather. But we'll probably jump in the main.
Come straight back to the table. And we got a slightly cold deck for Tuan. And at this stack depth tower, We're not folding jacks at just shy of 16.
Table just got tougher.
Yeah, Jamie's 3-bet size. What I always talk about here, Tal, you see the good players finding it like he's literally just made this less than 5 big blinds, like just north of 4 BBs, just accounting for the stack that Twan's opened off of here, just shy of 16 bigs. Like, we're not going to make it full 3x. We want to go just over 4 bigs with both our bluffs and our value.
All of it.
Make
And
Twan
the snap.
believe he's still got some fold equity. And the jacks with the shake of the head going to need to find a 2 out up.
Yep, he is indeed. Our Twan Lee is our next person out. $994. We need a jack. Our Twan Lee is out. Still same scenario for Twan. Well, Twan is going to take him out. And indeed he does. Jamie Dwan up to 450k. Twan Lee eliminated. Don't forget your phone. Come back for your phone. Let me phone. Oh, it's not. It's his time banks. I thought it was his phone on the table. Yeah, Tim Chung plays these. Plays 1Ks and 1500s.
Played the mini, I think. Tim
Played
did
the
as
mini.
well.
Yeah. Literally plays poker.
Yeah.
Loves the game. Great player, great insight, great knowledge. Good pool player.
Great genetics.
Yeah.
Can't believe he's late 30s. Looks about
Is he?
early 20s, doesn't he?
Pain, eh? Something's going on there. Probably eats a lot of kiwi fruits.
Yeah. We'll see if that works
Research
this
your
weekend.
DNA, it does. Research your DNA. Gareth Wright's on his way up from Portsmouth. He's been fruit shopping.
Can't wait, Gareth. Be so funny he brought me like a Terry's chocolate orange or something. Jack's having the diamonds for midi. Makes it 20k to go into Stephen's big. He's 5 off here for Stephen. One that could potentially get after it at just north of 30. Decides to call.
Jack high flop. Top pair for midi.
Then you're going to mix in a little check behind with his top pair. A disaster on the turn. Stephen turns best in the form of an ace. Would like to see check here though from Stephen. Have turned this top pair, but card that is going to be better for midi's range, and he may choose to attack on this particular card.
3 of spades on the river.
Now I feel like we will see Stephen go for value. Like, midi can still have stuff like Queen 10, King 10, 9s, 8s, 7s. Little 30k on the end. Indy, after checking back this Jack X on the flop, I'd be surprised if he let this go. Probably feels like he's under-repped after checking flop and turn. Doesn't look like we ever have a jack or better, so I feel like have to pay. Does pay, and the ace is going to be good for Stephen. Nice bit of value.
Jamie Dwan, 45 bigs, Tom Midi 44, Steve Cherry 41. Stato comes to the table as chip leader. As you do.
What's going on? You was at a final in Portsmouth a couple of weeks ago.
That's true. That was great. We'll never see it again. I said it at the time. We would never ever see it again. 39. What were it? 38 down to 9 at 2 p.m. It was mad. Absolutely bonkers. Anybody want to give me odds on Jabra winning from here? Says
What do you want, Adam?
Adam.
What do you want?
Well, we're doing ads. Oh, things are good. He's doing a challenge online. He's doing something like 5,000 to 100,000 or something like that online as a challenge. And his little lad says he wants to buy a mansion with the winnings.
Oh, okay.
I saw that little video. Cracker.
Bankroll challenge.
That's the one. Right, a big mansion.
What we got? We got 23 left. Tom is like 1.3x average. I'd give you 12s, Adam.
12s?
I'd give you 12s.
Whoa.
Be nice. I'll tell you what. I'll give you 12s on Tom to win today. You give me 120s on Spurs to win the League Cup. How about that? Fair?
120s. Oh, brilliant. Got a media pass to Phil McGroven's fantastic. And now doing a live 5k to 100k. Good luck, sir. Love it. 120s. Oh.
I still probably wouldn't put any money on it. We've got a game and a half tonight to get through. I'll tell you that. We can somehow. I feel like we've already won the cup. And we can hold out at Anfield. Just going to jump back into things here. We've got Jamie throwing the barrels in here. Obviously going to have the stronger ace-x advantage, like pull off his stack pre, going to jam stuff like ace-queen, ace-jack, ace-king, so maybe Jamie just feeling that at best here Paul's going to have like ace-10, at best, maybe sixes, but then again these might even just jam pre, sitting 7 max here. Jamie runs it with the king 10 of diamonds, and Paul not folding trip aces with the quick river call up to 380.
Very nice, Paul Clements. Very nice indeed. Taking Jamie down to 271.
Adam, you got a deal, mate. I'll quickly message you now just to confirm we're on.
So now it's 4,970 to 100k. King 10. Raising up. Tom with the ace jack. Raising it up. It's Tom, so 3 bets to 60,000. Cherry will get out of the way. So 2 will start up. And over to Midi. And open folds the old King 10. Over we go to the outer table, and it's Keith Johnson, all in for his 100,000. He's got ace queen against pocket nines of Leo Worthington Lease, and the 9 on the turn. will seal the deal, and he hits the queen on the river for rubs. Leo taking one, sticking it on his story, takes out Keith Johnson, and there is Tim Chong on the outer table. Just less than 20 minutes to go until the first break. And payouts scrolling across the bottom. Just over 49 to the winner. When we get to a final table, we'll lock up 4,430 as 11 get the money. And a mean cash of 36.40. So 11 get paid, 23 players left. Well, 22, so Keith Johnson's just bust out. That will drop down very shortly. 15 minutes to go until the end of the sesh. Scooby-Dooby-Doo.
Jack 3 of hearts for Jamie, Minnie in the big blind with the Queen 5. Looks like he's going to defend. With for Minnie, bottom for Jamie. King high board, going to have lots of bets on as the aggressor does continue, and that should be in the hand.
So Keith Johnson finishing 23rd, means we're down to 22. Minutes to go of this session. Full chip count on the way for the remaining 22 as it stands. When we get back after the first break of the day. Kings for the chip leader. Second in chips. There's Jack, at least defending.
Yeah, I feel like most of the time the decision we're going to land on super deep with Stato. Over 100 bigs plus.
Ace high flop as well. Always an ace.
Yeah, may check this one back, Kings with the King of Hearts. So once you get bored that higher frequency bets in terms of range, like much better here to bet something like eights than like Kings here tower, just for like the equity denial purposes. There's actually nothing we're protecting from with Kings. A hand like eights or nines potentially can flush out some overs. So do see the check back from Stato. 7 of diamonds turn, now two-tone. Lots of bluffs that Arian can credibly represent. Stuff like 5-6, 8-6, 8-9, up and down or double gutted. You got 2 flush draws live. So 2/3. I'm going to have to stick around for a river of Stato. Can't be folding just yet. Too much out there that we beat, and Arian capable of finding like these up and down, double gutters, flush draw, semi-bluffs on the turn.
Just tough with the ace on the board, isn't it?
He's still got to be calling one
Yes,
start.
which he does.
Good river to see for Stato, really good river. Like Arian shouldn't really have any bets with 7x on the turn. I feel like these all just check. So it doesn't really change much here, this 7 on the river. And everything bricking out for Arian, all this 5-6, 8-6, 8-9, heart draws, diamond draws. And now going for a huge size on the end here with the ace-jack, 175k. Good for a 130% pot here. It's pretty grim for Stato Tower. Like King of Hearts, obviously not the best card to have, but when we're up against big blind and Arian's range is so wide, like the blocker's kind of irrelevant here, but still very good fold. Nice bit of discipline. Looks a lot better than it is, that fold, simply because of Arian's range. Like all these combos of bluffs, the flush draws, the straight draws, everything bricks out. So if we're ahead on the turn, almost certainly going to be ahead on the river there with kings. But Stato shiny why he's one of the best. Correct river decisions making the difference.
$22 players left out of 111. In 11, get the money. Looking at the clocks there, both clocks are full. Oh, caught up. Oh, Bob Smith's back. How are we doing, Bob? We'll see you in Leo's later in the year.
See you in Leo's, Bob. I've got some bad news for you, Bob. I've done some time travelling this morning. I went 24 hours into the future, and you're not going to be happy with the football result tonight. Unfortunately, mate, Liverpool, they don't just go out, they go out in style. It's a masterclass from the Spurs, but you'll see it later. It's a good watch, enjoy it.
I love it.
And if you can cash out on that 200 to 1 Bob's quadruple bet, I'd do it now. You've got about 4 or 5 hours before it goes up in smoke, mate. Nice looking flop for Stato. Ace King 3. All hearts. Stato continuing. Actually a board that plays a lot of checks tower. Like even like the good regulars, it's a board I see them go for C-bet on. Obviously it's Ace King high, but when it's mono Ace King high and we've opened from early position, we just get stripped of almost all our flushes. We have a few, the Queen Jack suited, Jack 10 suited, etc. But when we get stripped of so many flushes and the big blind just has countless, like we can be put in some really grim spots when we bet that flop against a player that is knowledgeable, and we'll go for some check raises with some stuff like deuces with a heart, fours with a heart, fives with a heart, this type of stuff. Sort of one of those boards that I see even some of the best over C-bet it, and when you actually strip the spot, there's a lot of checking going on. Open from Jamie here, making it 20k from +1, and has been fairly active, Mr. Dwan. So Arian is going to take this King 6 of spades here. Nicely timed. I think it's a good choice, not just a combo of opponent as well. I feel like Mr. Dwan has been slightly too active this session, and if Arian's seen that, we find a suited king. forget the randomisation, maybe just take it full when somebody's opening so much. Saw him open Jack 8 suited from gun earlier, saw him open King 9 off from hijack, so if we're aware of that, then feel like nice little spot there for Arian.
Cheerleader on the table.
Do you know the best thing as well? I'm not in tomorrow, so if it does go wrong, you're going to have to wait till Saturday to give me stick.
If it goes right, are you nipping in?
Of course I am.
Oh, I'm just on the way to Hartsmore and I got lost.
Yeah, literally.
Because you know Sam's a Liverpool fan as well.
I know.
Yeah.
Just make sure, just drop me. Is Sam there tonight? Oh, just drop me a message if Bob Smith's in the chat, and then I'll be here in a shot. I'll give you a break.
And Sam's running the match tonight, and then heading to Manchester. We're heading towards a break. Last 7 or so minutes.
Queen 10 of diamonds for Midi. Opens from hijack. Tom with the ace-9 off. We like these offsuit, middle in ace-x, LP versus LP. Good ones to use. Free bet into 60k. And Midi here, Queen 10 of diamonds. Don't count this hand over just yet. LP versus LP. See what Midi comes with. Seems like slightly too deep. Like some of these suited broadways can 4-bet rip. LP versus LP, LP versus blinds, but feel like 38 to start the hand, slightly too much, and if we had like 30 or less, maybe more avenue to take that aggressive route that chooses against it. Just a bit of discipline there from Midi, lets it go.
Nice stuff.
Did expect him to at least call, but tight little lay down, was behind to ace high.
So just a 15-minute break, Steve. When we finish in 5 minutes, clock keeps freezing. I don't know what's up with the clock today. It keeps having in little moments. But we'll be back at 2:35 with this next session and a redraw. And we'll get, not a redraw, but we'll get a new table. There'll be a redraw at 16. Might not even change tables. Because there's a redraw at 16. Clocks have been doing that all week on the screens. I don't know what it is. It must be a little glitch. Bit of a weird one. So it wouldn't surprise me if they don't change tables because there's a redraw at 16 and 6 players off that redraw. So we'll probably keep the same table and then have the redraw at 16. See TJ still in, full chip count on its way after the break. Yeah, it's counting down in 5 seconds. How weird is that?
Stephen on the button finds an ace, opens to 23k. Jamie defends Jack 9 in the big.
I'm going to try a 9.
Ace 10 Jack flop.
Piece for both. Top for Stephen. Middle for Jamie. Check call on the flop. To the turn. Queen of diamonds. Going to be a lot of check here.
Indeedy. Very wet turn of the queen.
Don't think any real need to bet this one as Stephen. Only get continues from better hands. Maybe some Jack X, 10X of diamonds we get value from, but I think this is a pretty clean check back. Check back he does. Queen on the river. Against button opening range, don't think we need to turn this jack into a bluff as Jamie. We still beat enough stuff, some pocket pairs, some like 7-8 suited, some 10-9, 10-8 suited. It's part of Stephen's range.
Final 2 minutes. So a couple of minutes, get a couple of hands in before the end of the sesh, unless this one's a juicy one. Tom will start at 100k, is up to 560 and 50 at 5 big blinds. So out the hijack he opens.
King 7 suited here for Stato. Could definitely go for 3-bet. LP versus LP. Fold out some ace highs, some better king high stuff.
There's a nice raise.
Yep. Oh, it does find the 3-bet.
Oh, Jamie. Looks down at ace king.
Yep. Only one thing we're doing here, Tower.
The 22.
Just gonna be a 4-bet send.
Yep, all of it.
And we hate to hear that as Stato. Oh, what's happened there? No one saw that on the stream. I got YouTube up as well, and I had a quick look to YouTube to see if it showed, but it didn't. We're good. Ace King, all in. This will be working. Just a matter of whether we get another hand in, dependent how long Tom and Stato tank. I think Tom is tanking for the break for us, which is kind of nice. He's going to use the full 10.
No, we're going to get one more in.
Oh, Stato's going to ask how much, and he's
Oh,
always
yes,
folding.
he
We
is.
love Stato. He's one of our favourites. he knows Tower and Jay like their breaks.
Exactly 15 minutes for Tower and Jay. He says, you'll do for us. I'll wait another 4 seconds and then bid him.
There you go. We like Stato, we do. We know he's never calling the King 7, making sure we get the full 15. We're on a 15-minute break, guys. We will see you at 25 to 3. See you then.
Well, if we give him 9 combos of Jack 10 as well, when we've got the counterfeit outs and the chance to hit an ace, we've now actually got 15 outs to hit, assuming 7 diamonds we can hit as well. So then we're actually getting like 30, 33, 34%. When he has that hand, so maybe it's like close to break even there, but I would have probably flicked it in aces, ace of diamonds. Takes a, but I guess Ewan just thinks like I do. He sold the reverse tell to me. I could see his card and I thought we had a flush. he sold it to me in the booth. He was doing all the things that someone does usually when they've got a monster. But he's a smart old man, is Andy, and he's obviously sold that to the table. And it's worked.
With 5s. And the small. Just small and big. Makes it up. Pocket 5s. Oh, Stato is going to raise it up as well.
Aaron, Jamie.
What we got? Just under 30.
Was 27. So yeah, 30, just under 30 for Jamie. The blinds. No, we are at 20k, 40k.
Yes, 2040. Stato makes it 140.
to Jamie. Trev has doubled. He's got about 15 now. He's sitting with 25 and looks like he is going to go with it all. Goes for the jam. Gets snapped off by Stato, and Jamie with the fives has ran right into it here.
I don't know. I don't want to know.
Stato on his way to over a half of the chips in play. Well over half the chips in play. Good for 60% of the chips in play if we can hold here with the jacks. And there's only 1-5 left in the deck for Jamie to find, so needing that case 5.
Yeah, this time. Oh, thanks, mate. I think he thinks
9, 8, 4. They're needing the case, 5 of spades, or running straight cards. Running clubs? No, clubs don't work.
6, 7 or a 5.
A 6. So a 5 and a 7 working to get out of this one.
who's number 7? Beckham on the road.
Whoa!
that is
And does with the 7.
That is a grim river
Wow!
to take for Stato. That is a filthy one.
Wow! Wow! Wow!
One out for Jamie. Stato could have had 60% of the chips in play, but now Jamie is the chip leader and Stato down to 40 bigs. What a cruel run out. You see that flop and you think you're there with the clubs covered as Stato. The run in 6-7 comes in. The big slick for Ivy. Yet again.
Yep. Nice to look down at.
Please, Teddy. Make way to the left, please, Teddy. Make way to the left, and replay. Your left, please, please. Make way to the left.
Tim with the 9-5 of spades.
There's me thinking hand was over. But big blind Tim decides to hit the 9 on the turn.
Just bangs the 9 off. What has happened here? Just expect to see a defend. Next thing you know, it's all in and a call. And Tim going to double up through Ivy to 1.9 million. 9-5 of spades.
Just a wild shove on the big blind after an open from Ivy. Wow.
Yeah, that can't be good, Tower. Like, Tim's a very good player, we know that, but I've no idea what the hell was going on with that hand. That seems wine o'clock, says Okers. Good shout, actually. When you know wine o'clock, that is a good shout. He has been on the old red wine all day. Maybe it was a bit of a little. I don't know. I have no idea.
You just think open from Ivy and he's over.
Well, I thought he was going to defend. I looked up, thought he was going to defend, and next thing you know, he's all in.
Yeah, the old Dolly Parton working wonders.
Yeah. What's happened?
Yeah.
I've seen the screenshot of the message. I'm not going to say who it's from, but Tim's got too many friends that obviously have too much money. But Tim gets a message about 7 o'clock saying that if he goes all in on the final table with specifically 9-5 suited, that his mate would give him £3,000. And Tim was like, okay. He said, are you sure? Are you serious? And his mate was like, yeah, I'm literally going to give you £3,000. He's obviously got too money. So Tim got that text. An hour and a half later, he gets dealt
9-5 spades.
He gets dealt 9-5 of spades. Ivy opens the cut-off. He looks down, 20 bigs in the big blind. I'm all in, make £3,000. But then again, he also won the all-in against Ace King. Double whammy. So that's what's happened. And I've seen the message. It's true. I saw the screenshot that was way before the 9-5 spades hand, and basically someone
Wow.
literally someone's given him £3,000 to shove 9-5 suited on the final table.
Wow.
And that was that. And I can confirm it is true. Seen the screenshot, and it was an hour and a half before the 9-5 a spades hand happened.
Evesham. I just know that Worcestershire's down the M5.
Tom Clack with the gun open. Oh wow, Mad Turk, ace king here in the hijack, and it's gone open from Tom Clack. Mad Turk with the ace king here. I'm probably just going to 4-bet. Don't need to go too large. And there it is from Usel. Makes it 130k. And you're not going to be folding when Adam 5-bet rips here, not putting in this amount of our stack to let it go as Usel. So we're going to have a huge one here, Tower.
So here we go.
And there's the all in, and I don't see how the Mad Turk gets away from this once he makes it 130. I'm going to use a few time banks, but we put in a decent proportion of our stack here, Tower. We're getting 207k to win 572. So we're getting like 2.7 to 1 on a call here as you sell. So we're going to need about 28% equity. So if Adam actually showed us his hand, like we'd still have to call. It says 18%, but that is accounting for an ace in the muck. But the Mad Turk is going to save some chips and potentially save his tournament. You sell him an Oglu, getting away from the ace king.
Good fold.
Nice laydown
Yep.
from the Mad Turk. I thought he was done for, Tower, after he put in that proportion of his stack, but finds a way to get away. To see. Haven't seen him much today. Aces. Opens in the hijack.
The old boots.
Sam calls small blind. And he's in on the button. Neil with 9-6 of spades. Defence.
Top pair for Sam. Middle pair for Andy Bradshaw.
Yeah, no checking 4-way for you in here. Feel like just always betting. Heads up, maybe one we can check ace of diamonds, but as soon as we go multi-way, always continuing here with the boots.
Andy Bradshaw calls.
Continues for third. Andy calls with his 5. Sam should be overcalling here, getting 5 to 1 with the 10. Gonna go for the old raise. I feel like in this spot, when you once again bets into filter, I say it a lot when we go 4-5 way, the players with ace king, ace queen, like the high cards, don't tend to see bet into 3 or 4 players. So as soon as they do continue, like they're more weighted towards a hand, whether it be 6s through 9s, whether it be 10x, whether it be an overpair. And obviously against all the 10x that you and opens, other than a couple of combos and the overpairs, we're just toast here with Sam. So may have just gone for call in this given scenario. Like heads up, slightly different. Like then maybe we can start raising some top pairs for value against the late position open. Mr. Bradshaw in with the overcall as well, looking to snag 2 pair or trips on the turn.
Jack of diamonds. The diamond draw's no good. For Bradders.
Yeah, but Sam, this is kind of interesting now. This is an intriguing spot. We now turn top 2, but after this action occurring on the flop, you've got to be wary that at least Andy has a flush here once he calls and then overcalls the raise. I'm going to be really worried about this Andy Bradshaw range. I know we can see he's
up to no good with 8-5 off, but it's kind of intriguing. So Sam continues for 5k. Ewan makes the call, and Andy now says, I'm all in, and oh my word, he's turned it into a bluff. He has turned it into a bluff, and the way he slammed his chips in there, you just think he's strong, right, Tower?
That's what you'd expect. That's the way he wants you to believe
Is
it.
he going for the old reverse tell? Like the old I don't care, have my chips usually means that someone's strong, but Andy Bradshaw throwing in the old reverse tell here, drinks the water as well. Acting as comfortable as can be now. And what you do is Sam, because we still got Ewan behind us who still can have flushes as well. The ace-x of diamonds, all in Ewan's range. King, queen of diamonds, king, nine of diamonds, all still there. And now Sam, this is gross with the jack 10.
Can he ever?
With everything Andy's giving off Tower, I like. He may sell the reverse tell here. He actually may. He may just let this go, Sam. Think this guy, what is he supposed to have? He's called Ewan C-bet. We've then raised. Ewan's called, and he overcalls. Like it looks like a flush, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
This is going to be fun.
If Sam calls us, you won't get out of the way.
No, Ewan don't fold his hand, but this is what I'm saying. It's going to work out. Look, now Ewan with aces, ace of diamonds, just not going to fold, right? Getting this price.
No.
Even Vandy, I know Vandy got the flush. We've only got 12.7 back. Okay, so we're not actually calling to win 40. Let me figure this out. So difference of 3.5 in stacks. So there's 36.7 to win for Ewan. So he's actually getting 3 to 1. So he needs 25% equity. And assuming we can hit 9 diamonds here. Well, let's say we can hit 7 diamonds because Andy's repping a flush, 2.5% with 1 card to come. So we're actually getting like 18, 19% against a flush here as Ewan. So we're actually not getting the correct price. But then what we do, we start scattering in maybe some 2 pairs. If Andy has Jack 10 himself, we're then getting the right price because we got counter field outs. So there you go. He does let it go.
He's going to turn them over.
Bradshaw,
show the table. Go on, brothers. Show him. Yeah!
What a move.
Brothers.
What a move from Andy Bradshaw. I'm surprised Ewan's fold getting that price so tab, because if Andy's got Jack 10 in there as well, if we give him all the combos of Jack 10, 9 left. Yeah, Jack and 10 on board. If we give him 9 combos of Jack 10 as well, when we've got the counterfeit outs and the chance to hit an ace, we've now actually got 15 outs to hit, assuming 7 diamonds we can hit as well. So then we're actually getting like 30, 33, 34%. And we are back, guys. Another session, just 2 levels this session. Quick update, what's going to happen. We're going to play 2 levels break, 2 levels break. So the high roller players break will coincide with the main event dinner break. So therefore the high rollers can go and enjoy some food at the buffet with everyone else. We're not changing table. We have some chip counts to show you from across the room after this hand.
And there's 21 left.
Seven ace here for Stephen.
Off to the flop. King, queen, 2. 2 spades. Tom, top pair, decent kicker.
Yeah, we'll actually play a lot of checks here to Stephen. There you go. Straight over. This is just like I always say to ours. People sometimes ask, how do we know when to check with like
are good hands, when not to check. Like the general rule is, just being out of position means you're going to do a lot more checking the closer you're sat to the opponent. So when Tom sat directly next to Stephen, we're going to play a lot more checks. Like if it's against that, we're still going to play a lot of checks, but not as much. It's the closer you are sat to your opponent out of position, this is when you want to be doing more checking. And now we just get to go for our value on the turn as Tom wants his check through, clean turn card. And don't expect Midi to have too much, so probably going to be end of hand, no Stevens folding. Unknown holding for Midi. Fairly large size here from Tom as well, getting towards 80% pot. We are going to lose Midi. And there are the...
You think you same as me?
Didn't Hendrick have 41k to
I
start
was
the day?
thinking exactly the same. I'm pretty sure he was like down as like less than starting stack when he started.
Almost certain Hendrick Getchie started today with 41k. He was bottom coming in.
43 of 43.
He was 43.
Because everybody
43.
who bought in had more chips
Yep.
than Hendrick.
Hendrick had 41k to start the day, and in one session he's gone from 41k to 25x this stack essentially.
To a million.
25x this stack in the first session. Are you sure?
Good to see Dean Lyle again. Jamie O'Boz has had a bit of a spin after losing the Kings.
Look at the names: Arian, Hendrick, Stato, Dean Lyle, Boz, Leo. Just
Fabulous.
what a field! What a field! Even as you go down the pack, loads of names that you'll recognise.
Antoine Labat, Jamie Dwan. So there are some big names left, and there are 21 of them. Wow, what a spin from Hendrick.
Crazy spin.
At least I've seen it this time. The cup of tea's come in. Lee yesterday fetched the teas in, put my cup of tea behind my laptop so I couldn't see it. Stone cold within an hour.
I remember.
Cool. Yeah, there's definitely a glitch with the clocks, isn't there? But not a lot we can do about it. Just tell the floor are aware. So
Here we go. Little free bet from Stato. King Queen off. Tom suited Ace Jack. Good enough to come along. Offsuit. We'd probably fold.
decent flop for both. Tom with second pair top kicker and top pair redraw for Stato. And a good shot.
Yeah, nice flop for Stato, but we'll be wary. Like Tom here at this stack depth can still have hands like King 10 suited, Queen Jack suited, Jack 10 suited. A lot of stuff that will be all over this board. Does go for the check behind to the 9 of diamonds turn. I'm not going to be betting here. I don't think it's Tom out of position, especially in a free bet pot as well, when the value betting thresholds are going to be a lot higher. I don't think we're going to ever get to value bet here with the jack. There will be some ace king, I guess, a10 of Stato to get some value from, but I feel like second pair is a nice one to just check back again, and we'll recognise against a good player like Stato. Stato will check some stuff like aces, kings, ace, queen, some of his stronger hands on this board. But now I feel like this is where Stato will start going for some of his value. Top pair, second nut kicker. Obviously got to think about Tom's range as well, what we're trying to extract from. Jack 10 suited, King Jack suited, pocket 10s, even 8s might call once picking up this dummy and gut shot. $57k into 170 from Stato. It's around 35%. Tom feel like going to need to check call once, especially getting this price 4-1 on money.
Rivers a 7. The 7 of spades. Check from Tom.
I think got a I'm not going to value bet a Stato. Checks back the King Queen. Not the head from Tom. King Queen good for Stato. Not choosing to value bet there, and something that I mentioned on the turn, just when you're in these 3-bet coups, early position versus middle position there, like it's not a single raise pot, so range is going to be a lot more tighter pre, so therefore like our value bets, the threshold that we want to value bet at, going to be higher. Just checking back top pair there, happy to take what's in the middle with Stato.
If you win the cash out satellite tonight, do you have to play the main event in Manchester, or is it transferable to another main or cash? Definitely not cash.
I'll tell you what, I'll go find out for you, TM.
Nice one.
I'll go quickly.
One thing, if you do play the satellite, I know the target satellites are aimed at the event that you are playing and the town that we're in, or the city that we're in. So if it's a target satellite, which will be in the name on the screen or the name on the app, then that will have to be used in Manchester. But I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure you'll be able to transfer it, but you definitely won't get cash. The only thing I'm not 100% sure is whether you can transfer it to somebody else. But if it's a target satellite, it will have to be used in Manchester. I don't know if all satellites are target satellites. I'm not sure. I don't know if there's just satellites so you can just use it as £1,500 in credits or £1,000 in credit. I'm not sure of that. But the target satellites are obviously targeted for Manchester, which is what they are. A main event target cash out satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. That's today. Starts at 7. So that means you'll be buying into day 2 or buying in the turbo. Day 1B or the turbo. So you've got 2 chances tomorrow, or just a day 2 buying. Yes, you did see Rich Kellett's name on the payouts. You did indeed. Rich Kellett's been in Manchester. Don't know if he's playing. I've not seen him for a long time. Not playing as much live poker as he used to be. So he used to play quite a lot, didn't he? Won one of the leagues that Grosvenor ran. SSM says target cash out satellite after be played, but not necessarily by the winner of the ticket. Thank you very much, SSM, giving us the answer. I thought that was the case. It had to be played, but you could sell it. And moving forward, all satellites that are on during the festival will be targeted at playing the event in the city that you're in, or transferred. Game for the poker, Steve for the wine noise. How are we doing, Gareth? plenty going on in the void here in Manchester. Obviously workers as well. Our maintenance guy Tony been busy building sheds for outside and everything today. Been very busy. So yeah, so moving forward, any satellite during the festival will be a targeted satellite, which means you will have to play in that event or pass it on to somebody you know. Thanks, I won't be winning the satellite, but it's good to know. Get yourself a ticket, TM. Get yourself a ticket. Twenty-one players left. Dan Jackson, the last person out before the break. No eliminations so far in the early stages of the next session. So Jamie, unbeknown to us, what he did have after a 4-bet from Stephen Cherry. Look at this from Jamie Dwan. Snap fold from Stephen. Well done, Jamie. Found the right spot. Unfortunately, didn't know what he did have.
Right.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
regarding the target satellites,
Yep.
Going forward, any satellite you see that says target satellite at a festival, if you win a seat
Yep.
into the main event, or high roller, whatever it may be, you need to use that seat for that festival. You can transfer it to a friend. You can give it to your dad, your brother,
Yep.
your mate, but they have to play the main event here in Manchester. You can't give it to them and they go and play Leeds in a couple of months'
Yep,
time.
like it.
So if you win a target satellite seat, guys, you need to play the main event high roller, whatever it was you won it for, at that stop. So this ticket has to be used, but it can be used by you, a friend, whoever you want to give it to.
Sweet.
Can be transferred.
What's it like on the field? Out in there.
It's just good atmosphere. Buzzing for day one. Got a lot through the door already for that. 3 tables in the high roller.
Good stuff.
And we're going to go over to an outer table, guys. You can see
The main
our
man.
man's there with a camera. Oh, and we got a 3-way all in here. This is a big old pot. We got Tim Chong with the aces, Endrick with ace king, and queens for Lazar.
King on the flop, king 3-3.
So Endrick going to win the side versus Lazar. Tim just needing to hold.
Oh, no! Oh, Ping's a queen!
Where has that lady come from?
Wow.
So 2 outer keeps Lazar alive. He would have exited versus Endrick, but finds the lady on the river. Sick one for Tim Chung. Was 1 card away from a treble up.
Dean Lyles just sat there. I don't know whether he wants to bust out laughing or not, but wow, that was big grim. Whoosh.
Well, and Endrick, who started the day with 41k, loses a chunk to Lazar, but still plenty in front of him. And we see our man head over with the camera again, so we might as well spin over again,
What's
Tower.
happening?
And over here we have Ahmad all in with the Ducks against Antoine Labatt's Ace King.
Queen 8, 8. You don't want to counterfeit. You don't want to counterfeit.
Oh, look at all these outs now. Ace, King, Queen, Jack 10, any Broadway card.
And it is the ace on the river buried. Oh, Ahmad, out with the twos. Antoine Labatt scooping in the chips in seat number 1. 2 eliminations on outer tables.
He's 5-4. Jamie. This man can be a menace when he has chips. Saw a lot of opens from him early doors, first session. Going to get this one through with the Ace 5, raise and take. I've got some good news for you as well. You weren't here when we started the session.
Good news.
We've only got an hour and 20 this session.
Why is that?
We are playing 2 levels.
Okay.
15-minute break.
Yeah.
2 levels, 15-minute break. So the high rollers get the same dinner break as the main event players.
When will that be then?
It will be. So we come back at 25-2 out, so that's 5-4 will be the break, 15 minutes, 10 past 4, another hour and 20, it'll be about 5:45.
5:45?
Yeah.
What, then 15 minutes to snaffle?
No, we'll have an hour
Half an hour.
probably.
No, it won't be an hour.
Probably between 40 minutes and an hour dinner break.
Well, there you go. I'm getting a bit peckish. After my omelette this morning. Then my ginger, orange and carrot juice.
Sounds healthy.
Freshly made. It was delicious, by the way. If you're nipping out.
King Queen for Jamie here. Midi with the jacks. Going to be 3-betting to call. And to be fair, Jamie's actually got one. The old King Queen could go for like a little 4-bet clickety-click as a bluff. But not going to get the opportunity because it's Tom Hall.
Oh, this is... Oh... How big does he make it? Does he?
Don't need to go.
Does he 4?
Just because we're so polar here, Tao. We cold 4, not all in. We won't go big, but he may just do this, send all in, starts the hand at like 35. That will lose Jamie. Tom going to ask for a count. I doubt jacks are going to be folding here. 10s is kind of grim. I feel like jacks is like whatever. And it's a classic.
Here we go.
I know who I'm rooting for. I know who Adam's rooting for.
Queen 5, 10.
Okay, start for Midi. Still out in front. Just don't want to see an ace, a king, or a jack. Oh, he turns a set.
Oh,
Gives Tom Broadway.
look at this.
Need the board pet.
What a turn card that is. The river is no board pair. Wow, Tom Middleton turns a set, but unfortunately it gives Tom Hull Broadway, and that moves Tom Hull up to 70 big blinds. And Midi out the door. That was a grim one.
Just before Midi didn't get the chance to catch it with all the carnage that was occurring on the outer tables. We lost this week's PLO winner and MPL leader at the moment, Keith Littlewood. And I'm going to have a little look at that leaderboard after this hand, see what's occurring at the top. A month in now to this year's MPL. First we get to pick up with Stato from gun. Ace Queen will open. Looks like Arian with a decision on the button. 6-7 of spades. We are super deep here, so I wouldn't be surprised for Arian to get involved. Does make the call on the button. Can't see Tom Hall doing anything with the Jack Deuce suited in the small. Stephen shouldn't be defending the old Montana banana.
Doesn't win many hands.
Good blackjack hand. Good blackjack hand though.
Yes.
You don't mind it in blackjack.
Yeah. Do you press a pound?
A pound?
Yeah.
Where is that? Ellis Island? They got min bet a pound? You must be in Ellis Island too much, sir. Min bet. There's probably not a casino anywhere these days that has min bet a pound on blackjack.
I doubt it.
For the staff in and all that. It just wouldn't make any money. Back to it. Jack 8-7. 2 hearts on board. Backdoor nut flush draw for Stato. Arian jumps in front with bottom pair. Feel like it's a board that will be heavily checked from Stato. A lot of his range. Arian with bottom happy to check behind.
There's the 7. 7 of clubs. Arian with the check mark. Nice to see.
And I feel like a Stato here going to be checking again now. Once we get to the turn, already showdown in our sights. Not going to get that far. Don't see any reason to check back now as Arian still can get some value from some stuff. 9s and 10s might be ones that check twice. Even some maybe Ace King, Ace Queen high as Stato has. Like Arian's still going to have some like King 10, Queen 10 suited that wants to bluff. Some King Queen that wants to bluff. Goes juicy, 85k. And against pot.
Absolutely ready. Stato not putting a dime in. Arian with the King 4. So with the power combos, are they better offsuit?
It's literally how long is a piece of string tower. It's all different. Stack size, stacks behind us, reshove stacks behind us, what position we're in, what position's opening, how many big blinds our opponent has, are we X percentage of the field left. All these variables are going to change whether we open, whether we not, whether we free bet. You've got to ask yourself about 20 different questions before you can answer the question you just asked me. It's like King 4 suited cutoff, always going to be an open, like at this stage with as covering stack. King 4 off, we wouldn't open as Arian, or we shouldn't. But if we had King 4 off in the big blind, there was a late position open, and the late position had 30 bigs, we now want to free bet King 4 off every now and again. And this is why this game is mad. It's so many questions you've got to ask yourself before coming to your actual decision. But like, Tom had a decision there, A7 off on the button, actually one that actually likes to free bet versus the cut-off open once in a while to fold out like hands like Queen Jack, Jack 10 off, this type of stuff that's going to have like 40% equity over in the pot. There's like when people that don't play poker, like you chat to, and they're like, oh, you play poker and stuff like this. They would never understand how many levels there are to this game. I said yesterday, branches upon branches upon branches. You look at a chess match. This like, it's just different branches coming out of different branches all over the place. You're never going to be able to know each spot inside out perfectly. You need that sort of baseline, and then you go from that experience. You see spots similar that have occurred over and over again throughout time. Exactly. And then once in a while, forget the game tree, you step out the tree. You start opening 3.5x. You start donking on ace high boards from the big blind. You do get a few people that step out the tree from time to time. But this is a man that lives in the tree. He is studied, puts in so much work off the table. That's Arian. No, he's got a lot of students on the books as well that are doing terrifically since they've been under his wing.
Stephen Cherry bouncing up and down on the branch with the ace 5. That is speculative. There is a river card there. It's gone check, check. We're not seeing the river, it's a 9 of hearts. So it does go check, check. And the 4 on the turn is added in the check mark. Steve Cherry down to 11.
What you got down your cards? What's that? What you got down? You said 2 games. I should have shuffled it. Yeah, I just like. Corner shot. Snap sizes. Really, because if you lose this, it goes under $1 million.
We'll quickly head over to the outer table because Jamie Nixon with the boots is all in against ace 5 of clubs from Antoine Labat. It's all pretty straight.
Oh no!
Back door!
You see that flop?
Oh man.
Clean as can be. It's obviously gone Antoine open, Jamie 3-bet, Antoine 4-bet send, the ace 5 suited, and the GTO aces crack the real aces.
Wow.
And you see that flop, you think you're basically there, just fading backdoor clubs. How
You
about,
look at the Jamie the dealer's like, oops.
how about
And that means
a backdoor wheel?
we're on a 16-player redraw. Whoa. We are on a 16-player after mid it then went Jamie Nixon. We're now on 16 players, so we are heading to a redraw. Oh dear me, that was grim for Jamie. See, you can't have everything. Newcastle on the way to Wembley.
You can't have aces old and Newcastle get to Wembley.
You have to choose. You have to choose which one.
So
So the redraw is on, so we'll show you what's happening for the rest of the week here in Manchester and the rest of the schedule for the... Where might it be? There we go. Confused me. So that's the rest of the week here in Manchester.
yeah, tonight, if you want to try and get in for cheap, then we do have that main event.
Target satellite.
Target cash out satellite.
So the ticket will have to be used, whether you use it or you sell it on and pass it on to one of your friends, or just give it away.
Should we have a look how the MPL shaping up so far this year, Tal? Should we have a little look? Keith Littlewood.
Keith Littlewood smashing it.
And he won the PLO as well, so he's still got points to go on from PLO.
Mad Turk's cashed
Yep, Mad Turk has cash.
twice. Was he second in the opener? Mini.
Midi, yeah, it was
Midi.
a midi, yeah, not the opener.
For 20,000. So he's got more points going on it. Thomas Clack's here this week. Not seen Alex. Who's TH?
If I was Cristiano, I'd be playing a few more tournaments. Like we've got one score worth 57 points,
Yes.
which is huge for us.
Yeah, the first one in Coventry at the beginning of the year. There's some big names in there already taking shape. But and I like how it tells us how many results they've had.
Yep.
They've got themselves in the money. Got themselves in the money. Tony Horn twice, and he's on the leaderboard, so that's good. I like that. I like that a lot. But, coming up after Manchester, we got a short break. You've got a couple of weeks off for yourself, young man, and then
So have you.
million guarantee in Coventry. We are heading to Coventry. We're going to be live streaming from Tuesday the 25th. We've got the 6 max and we've also got the heads up challenge that we'll get the information about because Tom's sending over the information, already sent it. Jay's already got his notes and how much he's been able to give away this week.
I don't check the email anymore. I just
do it.
Yeah, just do it, and then look at the end of the week how much.
Just does it. So we're streaming from Tuesday with the 6 max that's played online and then live, and same as the heads up, played online and then live. So that should be a lot of fun. And then Thursday we're going to be streaming the High Roller Day 2. Friday we will then concentrate on the million guarantee, the Coventry's big one. £1,500 buying, million guarantee on that. Plenty of side events. The cup's going on as well. The seniors, the turbo closers going to be on. Plenty going on in Coventry. It should be an absolute cracker. Really looking forward to that. So we're just about done with the redraw.
We'll run you
Who have we
through
got?
who we are going to have at the feature.
Do you not get points for the online closer anymore? Did I mention I won it? Says Pokemel. It's still saying on the app that I've got no points.
Oh, you should get points for the closer. We will have a look at that for you, Mel.
I don't think it gives points to people called Melanie. That's I think it's a glitch. Or it doesn't give people points for doing the gay Gordon. That's what it is. We'll get it sorted, Mel.
Closer points will be added Monday, Mel. There you are. Simple as that. They'll be in Monday. Quick run through who we have on the featured table. We have Lazar in 1, Paul Clements in 2, D. Lyle in 3, Stato in 4, Endrick Getchi in 5, Stephen Cherry in 6, Constantino Pastorikis in 7, and Jamie Dwan completing the featured table. 16 left in the 8 seat. You got to remember, we're only 5 off the money now. 11 paid. Things may start to cage up a bit. May see some tighter folds from shorter stacks. Middling stacks not getting involved too much, and a real good time for some of the bigger stacks at the table to chip up and apply maximum pressure. Cut-off opens Jack 10. Stato in the small calls, the ace-9 suited, and Endrick, what a day for him. 41k he started with. Just 7 bigs. And he span it up to over a mil first session.
664 flop. Flopping 2. Nine on the turn.
Yeah, Nice little turn for Stato here. May just lead. Expect Paul to just continue like 10s through aces on the flop. So only really worried about behind. We'll have some 6x from the big for sure. I feel like ace-9 finds a fire here, and Endrick, nice bit of discipline there. Letting the 2-pair go correctly.
Tony is just about to drill. We'll just give him 20 seconds.
Jerry, you're not excited to be playing poker with Sandro Tonali? No. Not excited to be playing poker with Sandro Tonali, no?
It's exactly the same to me, right?
Both got gambling addictions, apart from that.
You should be asking the mate.
Both got big gambling addictions. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Is that it? Just sucked all the luck out of you. Well then, people do this.
Cheers, Tony. Thanks for that. Sorry about that, guys. Just had to mute the mic because old Tony was still building his sheds. He's a good lad, old Tony. The maintenance guy here at Berry New Road. Sorry about that. But yes, it is another stacked table yet again. Nicely, Dean Lyle back at the tables. Played a lot in Coventry. Clemmy's back. Seat number 2. Stato wants his picture changing. He says, can you change my picture? I look like I'm on parade. And Hendry, as Jay said, from 43,000 to $1 million. What a spin from Hendrik Getchy. 11 get the money, so this will tighten up a little. Steve Cherry, all his chips in the middle.
It seems like man in the big blind has a decision here.
Yeah, this is a botched hand, this. We don't have anybody in it. Oh, right, okay. No, we don't.
So, assuming Stephen stacks correct, he's got 9 bigs. I
Yeah.
don't expect the pair to ever fold for Jamie.
Yeah, just found out, just realised what's just happened. Action tracker just going to rewind a little, get it all sorted out. And there we go. Steve Cherry ace 9. Jamie calls with the 6s. And Clemmy gets out of the way with the king queen.
Well, I could have called it like immediately like.
So Steve Cherry all in, needing to hit to stay alive. 6, 10, 7. That's nearly as good as you get without hitting. But a flop set for Jamie, so he needs an 8. I'm just looking down at the board just to see that he just flopped a set. Not as good as not as good as it could get for Stephen Cherry. Now needs an 8. Missed the flop set and misses. So Steve Cherry busting out. The old Mickey Blacks missed them. Jamie up to 62 big blinds and 750,000. Meaning we're down to 15. Steve Cherry just busting out. Hi. Hi.
Blind's going up in 2 minutes. Take us into 16k BB. With Stephen Cherry exiting. Just 4 spots off that min cash now. Makes 4 suited for Stato in the hijack. Well open. Raises to 24k, and this could be some trouble. Kings for Endrit in the cutoff here, and Stato actually got one of these combos that does like to 4-bet LP versus LP. Like, we don't take it full frequency, obviously. We take it more less often than not, but it wouldn't shock me if Stato got involved with some aggression here, and Jamie with a good looking hand in the big blind of his own here, ace jack suited, and we'll understand the situation. Endrit doesn't necessarily need to be this high up range. I think it's 78. So back to Stato here. As I say, guys, like, it's not mandatory 4-bet. Have your own frequency set. How often you are going to 4-bet a combo like this, is definitely one that could be used. But doesn't choose to. Stato just plays cool. Off to the flop we go.
Flop time.
I feel like kings 3 times today, your saying has been true.
Yeah.
Surely, mathematically, eventually,
You flop a set. It's Endrit. It's Endrit. 43 to 800. It's Endrit. That's what it is.
it's really awkward. Do we just check back? Our hand way too good. I feel like we have to. King 8-3 rainbow. He might come with like 15% or something, Endrit. Like a little 27k, something like that, a little 15%er, but like, when you've just got a lock, it's hard not to check back here, isn't it? that small. It's still on the small size, just 20%. Continue with the Cowboys. And don't write this hand off yet. Stato here, overcard, back doors.
Pretty small bet. Coming along for one. Oh, this could be trouble.
This is trouble for Stato.
Snap check.
Yeah, no leads, just check over to Endrit as the 3-better still has the strongest hands in range. Seems like we're sizing up here on the turn. 80% from Endrit, and against this size, kind of awkward now for Stato. But one thing you rarely see, Tower, is like when someone floats and they improve to like top pair, it's very rare you see folds in these given scenarios. Like usually when people improve in these spots, you don't see them fold even against the bigger sizes.
Will he be thinking about his kicker?
Obviously kicker's a problem. Like Endrit can have ace queen, he can have ace jack for sure. He can also have some stuff at this stack depth, queen jack suited. Like the thing is, when we're this deep to start the hand, Tower, Endrit's 3-bet range going to contain stuff like 10-9 suited, jack-9 suited, queen jack suited, like a lot of like a more condensed range rather than when we're shallower and it becomes more polar. Like range of Endrit just going to be a lot more condensed here. So it's difficult for Stato. We think Endrit's going to be overdoing it with stuff like queen jack, jack 10, jack 9 suited, like a 6, like a 9-7 of spades, something like that. Feel like we are going to have to strap him for another street.
Goes back no spades with the 2 on the river.
Yeah, only real flushes that get there in this manner are 8x of spades, 8-9 of spades, 8-7 of spades, hands that can peel the 3-bet at this stack depth for Stato. So there's not actually many flushes other than a few select combos here for Stato to get here in the form of a flush. Because once we're met by 80%, even if we float the B20 on the flop with like 10-9 of spades, when we're faced with B80 on the turn, this hand just has to fold. So the only way that Stato actually gets here with flushes is specifically the 8x of spades, so like 8-9 of spades, 7x of spades, maybe 10-8 of spades might call pre, but it's only a select few combos, so we shouldn't be too worried about the flush here as Endrit. Target stuff like 8s, target stuff like ace-3 suited, target ace-queen even, like ace-queen at this stack depth. Probably not going to 4-bet for Stato. You can still have ace-queen, ace-jack here.
A lot of it.
So now, where are the bluffs going to stem from Endrit? Like the cleanest ones, like if he's going to 3-bet LP versus LP, some like queen jack, queen 10, like this stuff with a spade are obviously the main ones. If we have something like queen jack, queen 10 with a spade, even just a random queen jack, jack 10, because Stato doesn't really have many flushes here. If anything, Tao, we have more flushes as Endrit. Like, because we get to 3-bet at this stack depth 9-10 of spades, jack 9 of spades, 7-9 of spades, queen jack of spades. Like, we have a lot more flushes here than Stato. So Endrit actually gets to the river with more flushes than Stato, because like whereas Stato can't have the 10-9 of spades, we can, the barrel's turn. Stato, no spade in hand, no kick up, letting the top pair go, difficult to hero off for that amount of chips.
We'll be waiting to see. He's made a good fold. We're on 15, 11 get the money.
Queen 9 on the button for Constantino. 32k to go.
Are you trying to kill me or my liver? We're having a 10-day festival in Glasgow. We are indeed. We are indeed. Can't wait for it either. Middle of March, up in Glasgow. Looking forward to it.
Just hope we get some nice weather.
Golfing weather.
Yeah, I won't be bringing it. If you're playing,
I'll be driving up at some point.
So you'll have
I've not
your
worked
clubs?
out what I'm doing yet, but I'll probably
Okay.
take the clubs up. I know Stu McNally's invited me up to have a round.
to be fair, as long as they've got a crazy golf course at Thingy, I can go there, get a putter, and that's all I need for a true
I
course.
played
So
on Monday.
I don't actually know this. The clubs, can you rent clubs? Can I like walk into a golf club and say I want to play around? I don't have any clubs. Can I?
I would ring beforehand.
Okay, but
You certainly can in America because I do it in Vegas a lot. But over here, it
Oh,
would
of
be
course,
specific clubs, I would say.
I'm going to make sure, bucket list, we have a round of golf this year, Tal, because you will be in for a treat. You'd never see a golfer like it.
And somebody at the table has just said Hendrik Getty looks like Sandro Tonali, and he can't unsee it. I don't know what Tonali looks like, only he's not very good at FPL.
Yeah.
Your fantasy team.
He's starting
Even though
tomorrow.
your fantasy team got 1 million points this week.
And I've still got Salah and Van Dijk to play next week, and Slot.
Just slot. I can't just like. Can't even see how you didn't tell me you get points for your manager when we were having a last longer. You didn't even tell me.
You should
that.
be clued up.
I
You should go.
clued
You
up.
should do what I
did
do.
it for a laugh.
You
man.
go and do your research online. Jack 8 of diamonds for Jamie makes it 34. Free bet from Lazar.
How long has Harry Potter been playing poker? That's obviously Jamie Dwan. So we're on 15.
Yeah, 30 minutes will be a short 15-minute break. Just two sessions, two levels, two 40-minute levels this session. How are we doing, Beverly? High Tower, enjoying watching from a sunny rooftop in Benidorm. Lovely.
Very nice indeed. Why do I know that surname?
Maybe Somier that plays
Yeah, yes,
some of our
it is, aye.
tournaments.
And it's not pronounced how it's spelt, I'm pretty sure. Afternoon, Beverly. Watching from a sunny rooftop in Benidorm. Beautiful. Guessing it's lovely. It was -3 in Manchester last night, if that's the weather you're looking for.
Checks over to Paul Clements and just going to rip the lot in with his top pair. And as that gets through, we are going to head on out to an outer table, guys.
Oh, action.
Who have we got? We're just catching the back end of it.
The 10 on the flop.
Was all in pre ace queen for Seb. And Seb Crane couldn't fade the 10. And we lose Seb
There we go.
from the tournament.
Before the money. So we're down to 14, 3 spots off it. And well, back going along nicely. How many people drive round Benidorm on a scooter looking like Madge? That's what I want to know.
Match.
It's got to be the thing, hasn't it? It has to be.
I don't use a sandwich, Preston Pixie.
What?
I don't use a sandwich.
Surely you're getting bunkers.
Yeah, I go bunkers.
Don't, please.
I don't use a
Please
putter.
don't tell me you use a putter.
I don't use a putter.
Oh, that's all right then.
But my Freewood is a great club because if you like hammer it under the sand, the ball just pops up. I'm joking. I use my 60-degree in bunkers.
All right, that's okay then.
60-degree.
Lots of people do it I can just imagine it, Beverly. I really can just imagine it. People bombing around over the scooters. Lots of people. So 30 minutes to go until a 15-minute break. And then 2 more levels and then the dinner break. Down in C1 with the ace deuce. Yep, no doing raise the Kev. Well, we had a good day yesterday on your birthday. And ends it from 44 to chip leader. Absolutely.
Would have been great to see if we had his table on the feature for that session, just the spin.
Indeed.
How it occurred.
So we're on 14. 11 get the money.
King 10, 14. Opening the hijack. Raises to 32.
Six to 1 Spurs to draw tonight, says Razor Kev.
Is that what we are? 6 to 1.
To draw.
What price are Liverpool, Kev? Like 1 to 6 on to win or something?
That's a big price for a draw.
I know, that's exactly what I was thinking.
I've never known a draw 6 to 1.
San Marino, England's usually about 6 to 1, ain't it?
Is that the Gulf tonight?
For the draw, usually, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Is that the Gulf tonight?
Probably about that, yeah. Our team at the moment, we're in shambles. 1 to 5 on Liverpool are. Ugh.
Wow. I would never have said that price. Well, they have to win. They are top of the form league, the top of the league. And you play Tottenham, who are struggling in league in Premier League. I suppose that reflects. That just right. That's big. 2 to 9 is very short. Anything can happen in a cup game. Rotherham United have been big teams before. Can't remember when, but it happened.
A long time ago.
Yes. Scrolling across the bottom, all information regarding this event.
King Queen off here for Stato. Little mixer. Now you find a free bet. Now you find a flat. go for the aggressive approach. Making it 96k, being punished. Putting a looser open.
On 14, 11 get the money. £3,640 when we get to 11.
Just need to stay in the game for as long as possible. That's the key tonight. Don't concede early. Do not concede in the first 5 minutes. Because if we do, it's game over.
I think you're right.
Just don't panic. Keep your heads. First half. It's them that's got to score. Not us. With the pocket 8, opens from hijack, 32k. Raise and take.
.22 minutes until the end of this session. 15-minute break. Yeah, just gone 4 o'clock. Race Rendrick. Unfortunately, we don't know what he has. Card's not in the box. But he gets called in 2 spots. Queen 2 6. Middle pair for Paul. So Clemmy having another decent run.
You can have a little lead out, it looks like, as well. Can you get 2 hands to fold? How are we doing? The Mad Turk in the chat. How are we doing, yourself?
What are we doing, young man? Well done this week. 2 big, two nice cashes. Well done to you.
Yes, the dinner break is going to be coinciding with the main event dinner break, so we're going to play 20 minutes more this session. We will then go on a 15-minute break. We'll come back, play hour and 20 minutes. We'll then have a probably 40-45 minute dinner break and then come back.
Is it a buffet?
It is a buffet.
Oh, yeah, okay. So it's 15-minute break in 20 minutes time. Then we play another 80 minutes, and then there is a buffet break. So there's a buffet break in the Mad Turk.
5:45 it will be, about 5:30. You've got 2 hours yet, yourself. So if you're in the casino now and you're in the buffet area and you can't see any food,
Aye.
it's because it's being cooked, mate. It's about 5:30 the buffet will be out.
Because the main event today started at 1 o'clock, and they go on their dinner. They go on their buffet break at 5:20. Let's go, Lazar, says Carl. How are you, Mr. Sylvester, watching and rooting for Lazar?
Basically, any other picture you can find.
Any other guy in the room.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Use one of my old ones if you want.
Stato's not happy about something. Having a little chat of our action tracker. Wry smile.
His picture.
What's wrong with his picture?
I have no idea.
10 seconds. Cool. Option.
I don't like cyber
7-4. Stato completes. Enter it. Covering. Going to get aggressive with the Queen 7. Actually in great shape against Stato's particular hand. We are suited, we are gap, at just 7 high, mate. Think better of this one as Stato, just let it go. Like if we had like the gap 10-7 suited, wouldn't be folding blind on blind, but seems slightly too low down.
Hendrick scoops in again. 1.1 milli. 74 bigs. We're on 14. 11, get the money. Go out the casino and turn right. There's nice kebab place 200 miles away.
I think that's 200 metres.
Oh, yeah. Out the casino and turn right. You end up in car park.
Out the casino, turn right. Yeah, you just walk into that fence,
Walk
wouldn't you? You would. You just literally walk into the fence.
You walk into a fence.
Yeah, that's what we done. The Mad Turk. We said because you're not in the field today, we're going to put a dinner break on. That's what's happened, mate.
Yeah, there's only ever a complimentary buffet
When Mad Turk's not here.
when you're not here or during the main event and the high roller. Not for the midi, not for the mini, not for the bounties.
He's not happy. There weren't a dinner break in the midi, but the high rollers get one.
Yeah, exactly.
He's not happy, the Turk.
You've cashed enough to play the high roller, or is it bust out?
Probably the latter. I'm not sure what Lazar is open up to here.
8-5.
And Lazar is getting after it, to say the least. Yes, we're approaching the money now. Understand that. We only have 14 remaining. Even so, 8-5 off, a bit optimistic and may get him in some trouble here. Big hand for Stato.
10 out, flop 10-4.
And now we've just got to navigate out of position against a very good opponent with a
It's 10-4.
hand with not much playability. It is 10-4. Yeah, so just perhaps white flag wave if you like from Lazar. You hear some drilling in the background, guys. We've just got some work going on behind the comms booth today. The guys finish at 4, so we've only got about 15 more minutes and then won't have any background noise. So 10 on the turn. And Lazar just sitting with 8 high. And this is one of the problems when you open this wide, not going to flop enough flush draws, straight draws, top pairs, etc. And has just given up on the hand, if you like. Checking it over to Stato. In these spots though, Tao, he's probably thinking, just bet, because if this goes check, 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 I'm first to show. And everyone's going to see.
Please bet, please bet.
Yeah, literally. But Stato's never betting his hand. Ace Queen's just happy to get to showdown.
The 9 of Hearts River.
Oh, then Rory Jennings tuning in. Get up there, Jamie Dwan, my son. Great stream, lads. Cheers, Rory.
Thanks, Rory. Tim Chung's out. The Mad Turk.
Arian has got chunks. Tim Chong got very unlucky. Aces all in pre against Ace, King and Queens. Clean board, Queen on the river. See you later, Tim Chong. How you doing, Sean? Sounds like the dentist in the background. Just some work going on.
Nothing we can do about it.
By the time we're back after the break, we can't break in 14 minutes. Shouldn't be there anymore. Oh no, the Mad Turk was coming down to play the high roller, but he got a puncture on the
No
M5.
way.
Glad you're okay.
Yes, that could have been a bad one.
Well, to be fair, if you've been on the M5 recently, all you do is sit there. There's not much driving going on.
Oh, is there not?
Especially that Walsall junction. There is even at like 2 in the morning. There's still somehow queue traffic.
Really?
That Walsall junction is a nightmare.
Wow.
Like M6 these days, sort of Birmingham area is just horrific.
Yep.
It's rare you get to put your foot down. Hey then, Charlie Reid in the chat. He's coming down for the main tomorrow.
Team Reid.
We will have full chip counts when we return after the break. John Harrison, 13 minutes, 15-minute break, so just under half hour's time.
2 tables of 7 left. The 11 get the money. But Hendry and Arian round about the same chips, I reckon.
£3,640 if we can outlast 3 more opponents.
Yes.
Cost us 33 bigs to start the hand. Clear open on the button. Gonna get that one through.
Yep, no defend of the big. So on 14, 11 get the money.
Yeah, that's the thing, Sean. All the 50 miles per hour signs up there. You're lucky if you get to 40.
Absolutely.
It's that, like, I don't know if you're from Birmingham, Sean, but when you come out of Birmingham and you've obviously got all them dual carriageways and you're going onto the motorway, that sort of Birmingham Walsall bit, I've never seen it. Never seen it clear. Never seen it. I've been living in Birmingham for years. I've never seen that bit clear. It's always queued.
There's Stoke area road. Prescott, so round about junction 15.
King Jack for Stato. Makes it 32. Paul going to defend the suited 5 deuce from the big blind. Does flop best on 10-6-2. Going to continue playing his own game, leading on the 10-6 deuce. Don't think we get any leads here from the big, but we know Paul Clements has his own strat, his own way of playing. It's got him this far.
Indeed, another deep run.
He is one that likes stepping out the tree, Paul. Can be a awkward customer to play against when his range can be quite wide and you're faced with lines that you're not usually faced with. Now turning this flush draw to go with his bottom pair. Going to send another barrel in for 32k, and now with Stato, not really what we're looking for on the turn.
Are we doing the MC or the commentary at the Irish Open, says Joel? We're going to be doing the floor videos, interviewing a lot of players around the room. A little bit like what Laura does. Laura Cornelius can't be there this year, so we'll be interviewing the winners after not the TV stage. We'll be doing leaving that to Phil Baker and Stars. But so we'll be on the floor interviewing the players, going into the crack den, having a laugh, getting some good content from the floor of the Irish Open.
Can you just make sure, if
Yes.
you're walking around with a camera and a microphone and you
Yeah.
see me and I look like I've had a few too many bevies,
Yeah.
just leave me alone, please. Because
Really?
I don't want to embarrass myself.
Do you know what? I might even buy you the pint of Guinness so you can try it live on air.
That could be an idea, to be fair. That could be
Because
an
you've
idea.
never had one. So yeah, doing a lot of floor videos and footage and getting the crack of the Irish Open. And
What's the drink they have there? The lager they sell at the Irish Open. I forgot the name of it because that's all I
Lager?
drink. It's like a lager there they sell.
an Irish lager.
I don't know if it's an Irish lager, but it's someone will help me in the chat. Irish Open, the beer they sell. You know, you've got the massive room, the RDS.
Yeah.
And then say if you're walking in from the crack den, you're going
Yeah.
that way. Back of the room, north.
Yeah,
there's that
you've got a
bar.
little bar.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that bar that sells the pints of beer,
Yeah.
the beer that they sell. I forgot the name.
They do Kilkenny.
Not Kilkenny. I'll
Because
remember
that's
it.
like
Won't
a bitter.
Kilkenny.
Obviously they do Guinness. I don't know what lager it was last year. I can't remember. So I would never have touched
If
it.
someone mentions it in the chat, I'll remember it because I had about 500 of them last year. So
cause, was it?
it won't cause. It definitely won't
They
cause.
won't start a problem.
Oh, it's got a name. Of course, it's got a name. But someone help me out, chat. This is annoying me.
Lager at the Irish Open.
No, it weren't Madrid.
Harp.
It weren't Harp.
That's a blast from the past. Skull. Tenants.
Definitely weren't Tenants.
That's Scottish. They do sell a lot of tenants in Scotland. Skull. I don't actually know.
It's going to bug me until I'm there this year. And then I'll see it. I go, oh, that was it.
Yeah, hope to see you there too as well, Joel.
Rockshaw. Yes, Del Boy.
Yes.
Yes, Joel Baxter. It's the Rockshaw. That's the one.
Rockshaw, you're absolutely spot on. I remember the name as
Yeah,
soon
there
as
we
I said
go.
it.
There we go. I knew I'd remember it as soon as someone said it.
Rockshaw.
That's what I was drinking.
Did they do a
last year.
cider? Rockshaw.
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
Not sure about
They do
Rockshaw.
Rockshaw.
Thanks, guys.
Pretty sure they do a cider as well.
If we're giving out tickets today, you both would have won one. But we're not, unfortunately. Paul on the button, shoving over this cut-off open from Lazar. It's a big old shove here, Tower. Close to 30 BBs. Does get through, though. Paul Clements on the move.
Yeah. It is Rockshaw, you're right.
100% it's Rockshaw.
Yeah. No 90% about it, it's a defo. They make a poor cider, says Del Boy. I think I had one. Must admit.
I'm going to go out on the limb and say you probably did have one. You were there a week. I'm sure there was a round where someone brought back loads of beers and there you like, who wants this? Yeah, I'll have that. Yeah, go on, I'll have that one. King Jack suited for Jamie. +1 opens to 32.
5 minutes of the session to go. 2 tables left in the high roller. And the final will be 9, but the money is 11.
TJ in the background there. Forgot he was still in. You forget. Not seen TJ on the feature all day. He is still in the field, guys, with 2 tables left.
He's never grinding. Is
Can't
he
be.
checking the
well,
stacks?
Well, Tower, we went to the outer table about an hour ago and we saw a 3-way all in and Terry had 10-3. Do you think he's grinding?
Maybe not.
Ace King, pocket 8s. What's Terry got? Oh, 10-3. And he's still live to get there on the river. I don't think old TJ will be grinding. I do not play backgammon, Frank. I'd love to. I know it's a bit of a strat game.
I'm awful at it. I don't play it very often, but I'm not very good at it.
I've got to hear this story. It sounds like a corker. Matty Smith, talking to the Mad Turk in the chat box, says, still laughing at your story about making the kid jump who was staring you down, Turk. I can imagine that. You bet someone's trying to stare you down and you just go, I can imagine Turk doing that as well. That's great. Might have to use that one in Ireland. Someone giving you the stare down. Endrit ace-8 off on the button, opens to 2 bigs. Jamie, Jack 10, not going anywhere, defends in the big blind.
All clubs, 8, Jack 5. Top pair Jamie, little pair for Endrit.
Yeah, piece for both. Kind of balanced in terms of range. Jamie going to open any suited 2. Endrit with the chip lead going to. Jamie going to defend any suited 2. Endrit with the chip lead going to open close to any suited 2. So both can have flop flushes. Endrit choosing to check back his second pair. 5 on the turn. Jamie with top. Not electing to lead. Checks it over to Endrit, and Endrit may feel like the 8's going to be best enough for the time here now. Facing check twice. Potentially see a small bit of value. Well-timed check behind.
Here's a spades river. Check mark for Endrit with 2 pair. Jamie, same 2 pair. With the worst kind.
Yeah, I don't think Jamie will bet this river. Ace just going to be much better for Endrit. Well, he is going to go for a little bet with the Jack 10. What are we targeting, Tower? What are we trying to get called by? 9s, 10s, select 12 combos out of probably 700-800 that open on the button at this stage of Endrit. We trying to... just going to call with the ace-8, which is good. Not raising for value, but I'm surprised at that river lead there for Jamie. What are we trying to target? Got to ask ourselves that question. Do we ever get called by worse? What we targeting at 8, 9s and 10s when like Endrit probably going to open like 70-80% button at this stage when he's got countless combos and only targeting a few select. Not sure about that river bet there from Jamie. Like really hard to get called by worse. So we got the Turk story here. So there's a kid sat next to him, staring at him for like 3 minutes. Turk turned and went boo, and the kid jumped out of his seat. Hands up like a tiger, table was crying.
Love it, love it. Last time before the break, 15-minute break. On its way.
Mad Turk is a guy, ain't it?
All folding round to Jamie in the small.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a shit river, but I suppose.
Looks like a click.
Interesting.
Everybody's off for the break.
Like usually middling offsuit, happy to complete, but this could be a factor of the break bubble. People wanting their full 15, maybe not going to play back at us, but Lazar with a candidate that could potentially play back at us. And here we go. Ace-5 off, offsuit high-low, blind on blind. Nice little find from Lazar. We're going to take our 15 minutes, guys. We'll be back at 4:15. See you soon.
Full chip counts on the way.
It's like close to break even there, but I would have probably flicked it in aces, ace of diamonds. Takes a, but I guess Ewan just thinks like I do. He sold the reverse tell to me. I could see his card and I thought we had a flush. he sold it to me in the booth. He was doing all the things that someone does usually when they've got a monster. But he's a smart old man, is Andy, and he's obviously sold that to the table. And it's worked.
With 5s. And the small. Just small and big. Makes it up. Pocket 5s. Oh, Stato is going to raise it up as well.
Aaron, Jamie.
What we got? Just under 30.
Well, it's 27. So yeah, 30, just under 30 for Jamie. The blinds. No, we are at 20k, 40k.
Yes, 2040. Stato makes it 140.
Now over to Jamie. Trev has doubled. He's got about 15 now. He's sitting with 25 and looks like he is going to go with it all. Goes for the jam. Gets snapped off by Stato, and Jamie with the fives has ran right into it here.
I don't know. I don't want to know.
Stato on his way to over half of the chips in play. Well over half the chips in play. Good for 60% of the chips in play if we can hold here with the jacks. And there's only 1-5 left in the deck for Jamie to find, so needing that case 5.
Yeah, this time. Oh, thanks, mate. I think he thinks
9, 8, 4. They're needing the case, 5 of spades, or running straight cards. Running clubs? No, clubs don't work.
6, 7 or a 5.
The 6. So a 5 and a 7 working to get out of this one.
who's number 7? Beckham on the road.
Whoa!
that is
And does with the 7.
That is a grim river
Wow!
to take for Stato. That is a filthy one.
Wow! Wow! Wow!
One out for Jamie. Stato could have had 60% of the chips in play, but now Jamie is the chip leader and Stato down to 40 bigs. What a cruel run out. You see that flop and you think you're there with the clubs covered as Stato. The run in 6-7 comes in. The big slick for Ivy. Yet again.
Yep. Nice to look down at.
Yours is please, Teddy. Make way to the left, please, Teddy. Make way to the left, and we think. Yours is please, please. Make way to the left.
Tim with the 9-5 of spades.
There's me thinking hand was over. But big blind Tim decides to hit the 9 on the turn.
Just bangs the 9 off. What has happened here? Just expect to see a defend. Next thing you know, it's all in and a call. And Tim going to double up through Ivy to 1.9 million. 9-5 of spades.
Just a wild shove on the big blind after an open from Ivy. Wow.
Yeah, that can't be good tower. Like, Tim's a very good player, we know that, but I'm no idea what the hell was going on with that hand. That seems wine o'clock, says Okers. Good shout, actually. When you know wine o'clock, that is a good shout. He has been on the old red wine all day. Maybe it was a bit of a little. I don't know. I have no idea.
You just think open from Ivy and he's over.
Well, I thought he was going to defend. I looked up, thought he was going to defend, and next thing you know, he's all in.
Yeah, the old Dolly Parton working wonders.
Yeah. What's happened?
Yeah.
I've seen the screenshot of the message. I'm not going to say who it's from, but Tim's got too many friends that obviously have too much money. But Tim gets a message about 7 o'clock saying that if he goes all in on the final table with specifically 9-5 suited, that his mate would give him £3,000. And Tim was like, okay. He said, are you sure? Are you serious? And his mate was like, yeah, I'm literally going to give you $3,000. He's obviously got too money. So Tim got that text. An hour and a half later, he gets dealt
9-5 spades.
He gets dealt 9-5 of spades. Ivy opens the cut-off. He looks down, 20 bigs in the big blind. I'm all in, make $3,000. But then again, he also won the all-in against Ace King. Double whammy. So that's what's happened. And I've seen the message. It's true. I saw the screenshot. That was way before the 9 of 5 spades hand, and basically someone,
Oh, wow.
literally someone's given him $3,000 to shove 9-5 suited on the final table.
Wow.
And that was that. And I can confirm it is true. Seen the screenshot, and it was an hour and a half before the 9-5 a spades hand happened.
Evesham. I just know that Worcestershire's down the M5.
Tom Clack with the gun open. Oh wow, Mad Turk, Ace King here in the hijack, and it's gone open from Tom Clack. Mad Turk with the Ace King here. Like, I'm probably just going to 4-bet. Don't need to go too large. And there it is from Usel. Makes it 130k. And you're not going to be folding when Adam 5-bet rips here. Not putting in this amount of our stack to let it go as Usel. So we're going to have a huge one here, Tower.
So here we go.
And there's the all in, and I don't see how the Mad Turk gets away from this once he makes it 130. Going to use a few time banks, but we put in a decent proportion of our stack here, Tower. We're getting 207k to win 572, so we're getting like 2.7 to 1 on a call here as you sell. So we're going to need about 28% equity. So if Adam actually showed us his hand, like, we'd still have to call. It says 18%, but that is accounting for an ace in the muck. But the Mad Turk is going to save some chips and potentially save his tournament. You sell him a Noglu, getting away from the Ace King.
Good fold.
Nice laydown
Yep.
from the Mad Turk. I thought he was done for, Tower, after he put in that proportion of his stack, but finds a way to get away. To see. Haven't seen him much today. Aces. Opens in the hijack.
The old boots.
Sam calls small blind. And he's in on the button. And Neil with 9-6 of spades. Defence.
Top pair for Sam. Middle pair for Andy Bradshaw.
Yeah, no checking 4-way for you in here. Feel like just always betting. Heads up, maybe one we can check ace of diamonds, but as soon as we go multi-way, always continuing here with the boots.
Andy Bradshaw calls.
Continues for third. Andy calls with his 5. Sam should be overcalling here, getting 5 to 1 with the 10. Gonna go for the old raise. I feel like in this spot, when you once again bets into filter, I say it a lot when we go 4-5 way, the players with ace king, ace queen, like the high cards, don't tend to see bet into 3 or 4 players. So as soon as they do continue, like, they're more weighted towards a hand, whether it be 6s through 9s, whether it be 10x, whether it be an overpair. And obviously against all the 10x that Ewan opens, other than a couple of combos and the overpairs, we're just toast here with Sam. So may have just gone for call in this given scenario. Like, heads up slightly different, like then maybe we can start raising
some top pairs for value against the late position open. Mr. Bradshaw in with the overcall as well, looking to snag 2 pair or trips on the turn.
Jack of diamonds. The diamond draw's no good for Bradders.
Yeah, but Sam, this is kind of interesting now. This is an
Turn 2.
intriguing spot. We now turn top 2, but after this action occurring on the flop, you've got to be wary that at least Andy has a flush here once he calls and then overcalls the raise. I'm going to be really worried about this Andy Bradshaw range. I know we can see he's up to no good with 8-5 off, but it's kind of intriguing. So Sam continues for 5k. Ewan makes the call, and Andy now says, I'm all in, and oh my word, he's turned it into a bluff. He has turned it into a bluff, and the way he slammed his chips in there, you just think he's strong, right, Tower?
That's what you'd expect. That's the way he wants you to believe
Is
it.
he going for the old reverse tell? Like the old I don't care, have my chips usually means that someone's strong, but Andy Bradshaw throwing in the old reverse tell here, drinks the water as well. Acting as comfortable as can be now. And what you do is Sam, because we still got Ewan behind us who still can have flushes as well. The ace-x of diamonds, all in Ewan's range. King, queen of diamonds, king, 9 of diamonds, all still there. And now Sam, this is gross with the jack 10.
Can he ever?
With everything Andy's giving off Tower, I like. He may sell the reverse tell here. He actually may. He may just let this go, Sam. Think this guy, what is he supposed to have? He's called Ewan C-bet. We've then raised. Ewan's called, and he overcalls. Like it looks like a flush, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
This is going to be fun.
If Sam calls us, you and get out of the way.
No, Ewan don't fold his hand, but this is what I'm saying. It's going to work out. Look, now Ewan with aces, ace of diamonds, just not going to fold, right? Getting this price.
No.
Even Vandy, I know Vandy got the flush. We've only got 12.7 back. Okay, so we're not actually calling to win 40. Let me figure this out. So difference of 3.5 in stacks. So there's 36.7 to win for Ewan. So he's actually getting 3 to 1. So he needs 25% equity. And assuming we can hit 9 diamonds here. Well, let's say we can hit 7 diamonds because Andy's repping a flush, 2.5% with 1 card to come. So we're actually getting like 18-19% against a flush here as Ewan. So we're actually not getting the correct price. But then what we do, we start scattering in maybe some 2 pairs. If Andy has Jack 10 himself, we're then getting the right price because we got counter filled outs. So there you go.
I had to watch that Andy all the way to the end again, just see if he calls with the aces. It still doesn't call.
So Andy Bradshaw up to his antics.
Still doesn't call. So here we go, the next session. And there are the chip counts. Wow, 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 wow. Oh no, they're not.
They're not.
They're the old chip
They
counts.
should be in. I will get the new chip counts
Try and get them.
up shortly.
Try and get them for you. We're on 14. No, we're not. We're on 13.
That is because last hand.
The last hand that went on about 3 or 4 minutes into the break, TJ, Teddy Jordan, was bust out by Ariane Kashani, who is chip leader on 2.4 milli. Nicodemus, good afternoon. Watching on YouTube. Hope you're well. Cost us for the ace 8, 3 betting to 100,000. Now the blinds at 20. Let's have a quick scan if they're there. There you go. And that hand, TJ, last hand they've been up to 2.4 million. Ali and Kashani took out Teddy Jordan. Hendry is on the spin. Started with 40,000, as we know. He's on 1.2 million. Leo with it to lease. Very nice stack on 60 beats. Antoine Labatt, Stato, Dean Lyle. They are the final 13 as 11 get the money. So, huge one. Yeah, 13 next stop, 11 for the money. Ryan Nealon says it looked like a million chip pot. Wow. Well, Aaron Kashani is chip leader. Good evening, one and all, wherever you are. We didn't get to see it because we were into the break, unfortunately. So apologies for that, but we weren't up there. We wasn't there.
Looking at those chip counts that we just pulled up, could be a long time before we get to the money. 2 spots off, but with short stack having 20 bigs in the field, going to take a call up to lose players at this point. Endrick with the chips opens the ladies from gun, makes it 40k. Clements is in on the button. Stato should be taking us freeway to the flop. King 4 of diamonds definitely wants to get in here in the form of a defend.
Ace high flop, ace jack deuce for Clement in seat 2. No, flopping Hendrick, get it.
Yeah, just checking out position as Hendrick insert the in position player, and Paul gonna take initiative with his top pair. Stato out the way. Feel like Hendrick will call once against B40. It's kind of hard, isn't it? Right, we block the bluffs, the Queen 10, the King Queen, this type of stuff. Still feel like Queens want to be calling a street here, tower. Too tight to just be folding. Met with 1 overcard. Hendrick in with the call.
For the turn. So the 8 of hearts.
Yeah, no, it's Paul. I could potentially check this spot back. 2 spots off the money. You need to be careful when our opponent has us covered. And like Hendrick here, out of position. Still going to check strong hands tower. Ace King, Ace Queen, Ace Jack. But all plausibly check out to Paul, who has a strong range himself once we open from gun. In position. But faced with the 80k on the turn now. Blocking all the bluffs. I doubt we're going to see the ladies continue. Well, Hendrick's got other ideas. It's going to call once. It is only 3rd pot. Does he feel like Paul ever does this with a King Jack, a Queen Jack, Jack 10? I'm not sure if he does.
Yeah, I think Paul checks with 2nd pair on the turn. But the river pairs the 8. And he goes check, snap, check. So up to 770 and 40 bigs. Paul Clements. Very nice indeed. We're on 13. 11 get the money. So 2 spots off the money. Can't show Orion on the outer table because we only have 1 feature table, and this is it. we get to 2. If we get to 12 and we have odd numbered tables, then that's where we'll get them. But seeing as though we've got 7 on here, it will be unlikely unless Arian gets moved across. With the ace 4, raising to 45, now the round at 20.
Testing.
Hendrick 50 bigs, Dean Lau 49. Not been involved in too many big pots as Dean Lyle on our feature, but just getting Lazar off that one. Is there a common structure to formulate the number of payouts? It's normally, I would like to say it's normally 12.5% that GUKPT plays, but a smaller field, they pay around about 10, so 10% will be the normal for a smaller field, and 111 in the high roller warrants that smaller payout, so they pay bang on 10%, and with the formula that it is, I'm guessing the floor do have a formula, but this event has paying 10% and 30% goes to the winner, so a big chunk to the winner. But more often than not, and 99.9% of the times, you always double your money as a min cash in a NPL event. I don't know exactly what the formula is, but they have it, the floor, that's what their job is. We just tell you what the payouts are. So, an NPL event will always try and work on doubling your money for a min cash. It feels like you've actually won something. Nice one, Tony. See you tomorrow. Top man. The maintenance man is off. He's gone home for his dinner. It's a bit late actually. Working a bit of OT there. So we're on 13. And I do believe in the last player standing, I do believe there's 2 players left in it. And the LPS bonus is a seat for the main event, and it's if you sat down for the first hand of the high roller. You get into the last player standing, and I do believe it's Stato and Dean that are the two that started from level 1 and hand number 1 was sat down. Hey Barry, scrolling across the bottom just for you, the payout structure for this event: 49,000 up top, 1,500 buy-in plus the juice, 1,650 in total, 49,040 pounds, and we're paying 11, so we're 2 spots off the money. The biggest spin today, seat number 6, Hendrik Getchit, from 44,000 to 1.2 million. And second in chips, Arian Kashani, chip leader. He's on 2.3 million, and he took out Teddy Jordan and before the last break in a million chip pot hand.
Get on 250.
Oh, you get 2 more than me as well.
So 49,000 to the winner. What's happened? Drilled into the cable? What's happened here? Who was?
So in a minute it's fine. If it goes break, then you've got
She's making 20 seconds.
Oh,
You do, but then you've got time. 5.
no viewers on Twitch. Okay. No, it must be back. Yeah, Twitch is now back. It's gone from naught. I don't know what happened to it. It must have been a glitch on Twitch. That's why they call it.
Yeah, fair enough.
One job.
You know that one job you had? You're back. I'm on Twitch. Yeah. Really weird how it just like disconnects. I've just put Twitch on instantly then, and it's. There we go. So we're in. We are back in now. Thank you. Phew. Don't like it when it happens like that, but we're back. Went for a few seconds and now we're back. Stato with the ace 5. Thank you very much.
It was brewing in the kitchen.
Ah, see. It was brewing.
Brewing in the kitchen.
So we are back on Twitch now. Literally was off for a couple of seconds and it dips. But thanks a lot, Kev. I'm not sure if you're planning on going over for the Irish Open. I know Grosvenor Poker are doing a lot of satellites and a lot of packages to the Irish Open. Looking to take a team of about 100 players.
Seven Eight of Hearts thought about it as Jamie, but of a 25-2 off the money, not really much we can do. And King Jack suited for Lazard. Do expect this to get involved. Don't think we're going to be doing anything other than call. 2 off the money.
Indeed, we are off to the flop. There is a flop. I wonder if he's got the 9 of hearts on it. Nope, it's got 8, an 8 and a 10. That's my theory.
Not the most Appetising more to continue on for Stato. Still going to have like the overpair advantage, the stronger 10x, but I do expect Lazar to continue like 8-7 off, 8-9 off. Just going to have 8x advantage from the big.
Check. Checkity check. Ten of spades turn. Picking up the nut flush draw on a double pair board. I think if Lazar checks, Stato's probably going to probe a little.
I should check back here, Tower. Like we got ace high. We don't fold out better. That's the
Does
key.
double check means not that we should be betting the turn?
What does a bet achieve here? Do we get a call from king high? No. Do we fold out 9s plus 8x, 10x? No. So therefore, feel like a pre-mandatory check for Stato. We have the flush draw to go alongside it too. But just ask yourself them questions. Very important. Ask yourself: do we fold out better? And do we get called by worse? Like 2 very key questions to ask yourself when betting. But maybe we should have bet because we would have folded out the king high. Tower would have won this pot. Stato is not going to win this pot. Now, Lazar does look like Stato has what he has, so going to target an ace high hand. King of hearts on the river, 45k, 40%. And these spots are just guessing games, Tower. They're real guessing games because from the big blind, Lazar can have like just the 6-7 suited that feels it needs to bluff. Because Stato's hand is almost face up for Lazar. Just going to have a lot of ace highs here, so is Lazar ever doing this with like a 7 high, 9 high, tring to fold out ace high?
I just think, well, bloody hit the king.
Yeah, or is it just value betting a king and it's the latter?
Indeed, indeed. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Annette. Happy birthday to you.
Hip hip.
Hey!
There you go. I need to get involved a little bit. I can't sing. None of you want to hear that.
Happy birthday to Annette. It
Happy
was
birthday.
in the box yesterday, and we didn't take it last night because it weren't tomorrow until today.
Happy birthday, Annette. I'm the same as you, Piano Cat. That's how I feel right now.
There you go.
Hands on head.
There we go. Fancy booking a holiday at the same time as the Irish Open. I don't know, Kev. All the rest in it. Have a great day. Watching the live stream as well. Before getting spoke on by the obby later. Kev says, anybody been to Malta? And is thinking about doing the Malta Poker Festival in April. Yes. And yes, Kev, it's amazing. And unfortunately for us, we will be working in Luton for the GUKPT, so can't make Malta in April, unfortunately. But Poker Mel's going. Food's amazing. There's some superb cafe bars everywhere. Oh, them prime ribs. Oh, Poker Mel, them prime ribs. And Mel Simpson's going. Just booked the flights to Malta today. Very nice.
There we go. You earned us some cake, Tower.
There
Thank
you
you so much. I'll bring you some cake in Coventry in a couple of weeks.
Hope it's not the birthday cake. It'll be off. Some fantastic karaoke bars. You are not wrong. Got the whole pub dancing, dear old Mel.
Lazar blind on blind, your king at 10 of diamonds. Yeah. Can go either way. Always say blind on blind, one of these spots. A little bit of that, a little bit of this. Never clear what we're supposed to do. Just a raise and take there for Lazar. Gets that one through.
Yeah. Will the Irish Open be broadcast anyway? Yes, it will be. It'll be on Irish Poker Boards beyond. I know obviously PokerStars live stream, so it's part of the UKIPT malarkey. So wherever they stream to, it'll be on YouTube. We'll send links on my social as well when we get over there.
We got to give a shout out to the lounge, apparently.
The lounge. Hello, lounge.
The home game that Lazar plays in. Lazar in trap 1.
And
2
it's
spots off of Mincash.
Full of fish.
Full of fish.
Good afternoon, the lounge.
The fish will all be swimming freely tonight. The shark is here in Manchester. Looking for £50,000 in a high roller title.
The last man standing gets a free entry into the main event of this festival.
Costas here, Queen 10 of spades in the hijack off of 24. Still needs to be open. Obviously need to trade carefully at this stage, but suited Queen 10 LP. Don't mind if we do. 10-3 for Jamie. Just getting his tank on.
The money bubble slows down the action. It certainly does. 2 spots off it, £3,640 or nothing.
There's just no solution. There's literally not a solution to stop it. This is the thing. People, even when you put shot clocks in play, they take the full 30. Should bring the will. Bring the will in for the bubble. Put every player's name on it, regardless of their chip stack, and we just spin the wheel. Whoever it lands on, see you later. We can get on with the coverage. None of this 5-6 minutes every hand.
Oh, brilliant. But they're all pretty deep, 26 metres short stack.
Yeah, it did say when we got back after the break, this is going to be... I don't even think we're going to get to the money this session. Still with over 50 minutes left before we go on dinner break, and I'd be surprised if we got into the money before dinner. Nice looking hand for Hendrick. Couple of ladies, makes it 40k. Or to make the wheel fair, you could, I know it would take forever, but everyone's stack, how much percentage of the prize pool their stack's worth. So for example, the chip leader, his segment on the wheel is going to be really small.
Tiny.
But the person that's short stacked, their segment on the wheel is going to be a lot bigger. That's how it should work. And then we get on with it, no money bubble, everyone's happy other than the person it lands on, but does slow things down.
Thanks, Radino wants to see a flop.
Yeah, always calling no free betting going on here. Risk premium high when we have this many chips in our cupboard. And now Stato here, like one that can some of the time get aggressive, but at this stage, once again, our risk premium high, I'm not really ever going to take it at this particular stage of the tournament. And there we go, straight into the muck. But if this is like post bubble, maybe more room to go for a little low frequency play from the big blind. Don't think ever gets taken too off the money with our stack depth.
Off to the flop. 8, 6, 10. Flop set for Dean. This could get spicy. Nine of spades turn after it's checked.
Yeah, Andrew just recognising this board. Very good for small blind. Gonna have all this like ace 10, king 10, queen 10, pocket eights, pocket sixes, 9 10 suited, jack 10 suited. Now Dean with the third pot lead. Endrick gonna have to stick around for one. Overpair and gut shot with the ladies.
Just go up to the river. The ace of diamonds, Dean praying there's an ace for Hendrick.
Not too much. Ace X of spades, ace jack, ace queen. That's about it. But like Dean still wants to go for value here, I feel like, with the set of eights, because let's say if Hendrick did have some ace high calls, they're not going to value bet river on the four liner, they just check back. Ace queen, ace jack, ace X of spades all just check back, so it's not a situation that we check as Dean and try and get a bet from an ace. We want to do the betting ourselves, because if Hendrick does have some ace highs, these are just going to knuckle back that on in the form of two pair. So it goes for 200k on the end, and Hendrick out of the way with the ladies. How you doing, Michael Rosserman?
Michael Rosa, how are you doing?
Let's be honest, Jay, that's a dumb idea. Well, maybe for you players, it would be a dumb idea. If I was sat there in the field and that happened, yes, I
somebody
think...
says, one of you is going out.
I'd think this is pretty stupid. But for us commentators, it is probably a great idea. Imagine the fun we'd have with it. How'd you get on in the turbo yesterday, Ross? I saw your final table. Had plenty of chips.
Even that hurt from me.
I don't know how he got on, honestly. I knew he had loads of chips, but I have no idea how he got on. Woo. He'll be sitting there in the main event now, grinding away.
Unbelievable, let me tell you.
Now I get a needle. Okay.
He scored the best he scored in 10 years.
We're still not doing too well, Stephen, fantasy football, but we broke the 1,000 point mark now, which is good. We had a 90 point week last week, and we've still got Salah and Van Dijk to play. Salah as captain for the double game week. Yes, I did use my assistant manager. I went with Slot. Paul just going to rip in 40 BBs. He's not messing about too off the money. He's got jacks. We don't want to see an overcard. Have some of that. So just going to use the full 30.
Yep.
Probably exactly the same occurrence going on the outer table as well, guys. So
it happens. Not a lot we can do. It is part of the game.
yeah, Lazar's going to have to be really tight here to call. Like, I'd probably even fold ace queen here to off a 40 cut off versus hijack. Just because like Paul's hand looks a lot like ace king, tens, that sort of thing. Like, I don't think he ever does this with ace jack, ace 10, king queen suited. Like, these type of things feel like it is just going to be weighted to a few combos. Ace king, ace queen maybe, tens, nines, jacks as he has on that occasion.
7 minutes of this session, of this level to go. No eliminations this level yet. We thought that would be the case. They showed the ace of diamonds.
Ace king suited for D. Making it 40k to go. King deuce as Endrit in the small blind. No. Don't think he knows it's on him. Maybe he does. Having a little chat with the dealer. Oh, it was on Stato. Apologies. Stato folds. Endrit folds. Anything for Costas. Not really. Jack 6. Just a tank and fold.
Leader 1.1 milli on this table. We have a table of 7, table of 6 on the outer. Action on the outer table either, so we're still on 13 until 2 spots off the dosh. $3,640 when we get to the money in 2 players' time.
From Endrit. In the same scenario, a few seconds in the tank, into the muck. While in a tournament, do you drink coffee or prefer to go without it, says Nico.
I would drink anything I fancied.
I always usually get a coffee to start my day. So like I'll get in Vegas, for example, I'll wake up, I'll get a large one from a coffee shop, and then I'll walk in, sit down, usually finish the coffee first hour of playing, and then I won't have another one for the rest of the day. Ooh. And then it's just water and tea. Unless you're at the Irish Open and it's the last level of day one, then it's beer that comes out. Rockshaw, there you go.
Ben says, just water for me whilst playing. Call!
Yeah, we haven't got anything to head over to.
No.
Bet it was a chop.
Four suited, 14 opens to 40k. I wonder what Starrow's thinking. Probably thinking 30 seconds feels like a long bloody time when you're staring at a clock. That's probably what it is. What we're used to in this day and age of poker, everyone aware.
Indeed.
Tanking is EV and we like to make EV.
Yep, exactly correct.
Our table's playing quick and the outer's playing slow, they're going to be at the advantage, so we've got to take our time as well.
Seven nine flop, 7-4 deuce, 2 spades, middle for Dean.
Yeah, it seems like a middle that wants to bet. Lots of overs that can roll off on the turn. Just south of quarter from Dean. 2 overs, spade in hand. Maybe if this was 8-4 deuce, 2 spades, gets a bit closer for Lazar, but as I keep mentioning at this stage, when we are covered, need to be continuing tight up. Out of the way. Oh, I'm off. I'll be back. I'm coming.
Sifu. Still on 13. Well, Jay says we might not even get to the money this session, and then it's the dinner break.
You look like that. You look like that before you started talking.
So Lazar with the Jack 5. 26 bigs. He was Terry Jordan who bust out, but it was Terry Jordan who bust out last hand of the last session. He was in a massive hand with Hendrik Getche and Arian Kashani. Arian Kashani up to 2.3 million, and chip leader was a million chip pot. Terry Jordan busting out about 4 minutes into the break. So no eliminations in the last 42 minutes of this session. We're still on 13, still 2 spots off the money. So plenty to play for, but 2 spots off the dosh. And it was TJ the last hand as we'd just gone on our break, so we didn't capture the hand, but it was TJ. Graphics just disappeared, unfortunately. Don't know what's happened to the graphic man. Ace Queen for Jamie in seat number 9, playing less than 20. Playing less than 20 is Jamie. We're going to pump it up. All of it apart from his few straddles. Literally raising, not all in. That should do it. Ace 9.
I got a question here.
Still got Lazard to get through.
Let's say Endrit, I know it's not going to happen, Endrit now puts Jamie all in.
Yeah.
How long does he get? Because he's not actually put in,
All
like,
his chips.
yeah, he's left 50k back, not like one chip, 5k, 10k. So I actually have no idea on the ruling, but
you're not going to bet and leave yourself too big.
But you could.
Yeah.
This is the thing. It's a bit different when it's two bigs to like one ante, or well, not ante because we're not online, but like half a small blind, let's say.
Yeah.
Like you could have an actual decision. So I'm actually intrigued what would happen there if Endrit jams. Does Jamie get to roll off 6 time banks? Is that allowed, or is it the rule that it's assumed all in?
That I don't know. So, no eliminations this session. 35 minutes to go until the dinner break. Guessing it'll be a 40-minute break today, but we'll find out. Lines at 10 at 25.
Not going to open this one. Off of 19 has cost us 2 off the dough.
Gibraltar says if the rule says 95%, they'll just bet 94.
Exactly. This is the problem I've got, Gibraltarian. So I'm actually clueless how the rule would work if that was the case.
Yeah. There is always a way around things. That's the
the thing. People find loopholes, especially these clever poker players.
Indeed. Ace King for Stato, 3 betting to 200,000. Unfortunately, we can't see what Dean's got, but he ain't playing.
Minutes to go, and then it will be dinner break time.
cost us from gun. And just under 20. Simple as that. They'll be in the bin in 8 seconds. 4, 3, bin them. Paul doesn't mind, he's in the bin, he knows what he's doing. He's happy. Race from open from Dean to 50.
Yeah, not going to pill Jack 10 at this stage as Stato offsuit into the muck, suited, could have some ideas with. Oh, and Endrit. King deuce off. Things do change though, now that we are covered, Dean having us covered, so we're at that risk of busting. So one that we do love, LP versus big blind at like 35, but I don't think we get to take it as much when we're this close to the money. Although Endrit is still going to take it, Tower. Makes it 200k. The old offsuit high-low combo with the deuce in there, best unblocker, decent blocker. And now Dean with the 8s, button versus big, will know that Endrit is more than capable. It's going to call.
Yep, let's see a flop. King high flop for Endrit. King 10-6.
Do catch a board, which is going to be more favourable for our range. We have ace king, kings, 10s, all hands that Dean would set us in with pre. Dean can have some 6s, he can have some king 10 suited, but king 10 suited again may 4-bet shove when covering at frequency at this stack depth, button versus big. So now as Endrit, wouldn't be surprised to see some checking going on here. Does seem like a ball we just get to bet range, but the king with the worst kick up, important to sometimes have some top pair in that check range. This one seems like a fair candidate, but Endrit just coming out firing. 65 into 435, 15%. Ace with a spade, not going anywhere versus 15%. Makes the call.
Off to the turn, which is a 10, the 10 of diamonds.
Don't like to see this card too much as Endrit. I think we are going to be slamming the anchors on and throwing in a check now. Dean going to have all this like 10-9 suited, Jack 10 suited, Queen 10 suited, Ace 10 suited. Definitely going to be in range, and Ace 10 off as well. I think button versus big at this stack depth. Ace 10 off could potentially come along with position. So it seems like a clear check for Endrit after choosing to go for 15% on the flop. Dean with ace, just going to check this back. Still ahead of some ace high. Like if Endrit's taking king deuce off, he's going to take some ace deuce, ace 3 off at some frequency that we got drawing slim. Hold on a minute.
Hang on, Dino.
Hold on a minute. Dean with the barrel with the 8s here.
That's 175.
And going back to what I said earlier, Tal, like what does this achieve here? Always ask yourself that question. And I guess we can fold out hands with decent equity, stuff like some ace queen, ace jack, but we only really get continues from better. It's one of these situations where I don't think we ever fold out a better hand, maybe 9s, and then we just get calls from the rest of the deck, like the king x, the aces, the king queen, the king jack, the 10x if Endrit ever has a 10. It's an interesting barrel on the turn there from Dean. I'm not sure, but maybe he's thinking of unloading. Maybe this is the idea here from Dean. The 10x advantage is there. Does he really think Endrit's going to fold a king though? Are we turning 8s into a bluff to try and dislodge king x? Is that the idea going on the turn? We're about to find out.
He knuckles back. Gives up with the 8s. Endrit shows the king to move up to 1.3 milli. And chip lead on the table, still with 13 left. 11 get the money.
And as that happens, we head on over to an outer table. It's Boz. He is all in and at risk. Antoine Labatt with the ace jack. So top pair for Boz, gutter for Antoine.
The river. There's a 5.
Double up for
So we get a
Boz.
double up. There's a short stack of Boz. Gets a double.
So a couple of new changes this year, Span. The first one with the shot clock, as you've probably seen, 15 seconds unopened action. When there's action in front, the clock then goes to 30 seconds. There's also the assumed all-in rule, and what that is when you move all your chips in and leave yourself one chip back. When the action comes back to you, so let's say your opponent sets you all in for that last one chip, you only have 30 seconds to make your action, so you can't burn through 5 or 6 time banks. And Stephen says, interesting spot, seen a few of these high-low moves. What's the strategy with this setup? The idea, Stephen, is we have a blocker, so a high card blocking the continue range of our opponent, the hands that can call, the hands that can 4-bet. And we have the deuce, which is a great card to have because it's what's called non-blocker. And what you means by that, Dean on the button, he's not going to open many hands that contain a deuce. So when we hold a deuce, we're like unblocking all this like 10-9 suited, 6-7 suited, Queen 9, stuff that's just going to open the button and fold to our free bet. So it's good to have a high card and a low card because we have what's called a blocker and we have an unblocker. And then the offsuit are ones that prefer to take, because when we're at sort of 30 to 40 big blinds, when we have a suited King X, we just want to play cool because of the playability, and we're happy to go post with that. And then when the buttons open stuff like 8-7 suited, 9-8 suited, like we dominate their flush draws, which is good. Whereas the King Deuce off, reduced playability, and it's one when we get 4-bet jammed on, we're fine. We're just like, okay, King Deuce off, bad hand, we fold, out of the way. Whereas when we have the suited, we 3-bet that and we get 4-bet jammed on. It's kind of annoying that against the button we don't just get to go post with a hand that could dominate some of their flush draws, better playability, this kind of thing. Hopefully that makes sense to you. And it's not just the King Deuce, like you'll see people do it with the Ace Deuce off, the Ace 3 off, even people when they have an extortionate chip lead at final tables, ICM being there, will even dip into stuff like Queen 4, Queen 3 off. It took Tower a few years to get his head around it.
If you still play poker like me, it's basically a way of playing rags and getting away with it.
What he said. To be fair, that's the low frequency play. You can usually get away with it saying, "Oh, it's just low frequency." I've done that at really low frequency.
Still on 13. Will we be going into OT? Will we lose one? Will we get to 13 and we're on a break and it's off to the buffet? We will soon find out. That's cost us with the ace and the ace 9. Very nice indeed.
Yeah, good jam. Like, yes, we're this close to the money, but there's still chips to be won against like the chip leader. Endrick there on the button's going to probably open 80% deck. So when we have this ace in our hand and he's opening that much, he's just going to have like so many raise folds and only a few hands that can potentially raise call, and having that ace block up just blocking some of the raise calls from Endrick.
Is it mainly LP versus LP for the high-low combos?
High-low combos always usually used in the big blind, JG. So regardless of position, like there's even some stuff where King Deuce off would take against gun at a small frequency. So the idea, like, we're not going to go for King 4 off button versus cut off. We're not going to go for king deuce off gun +1 versus gun. Like, we use them from the big blind specifically, if that makes sense to you. Gets a bit different at final tables, ICM, big stack. Like, you could take some offsuit high-low in the small versus late position opens against players with high risk premium. But in general, just the big blind. Like, this is when we want to take them, and we don't want to take them when we get like 70, 80 deep. The free bet bluff range is going to change completely. We use them more like at 25 to 40. That's the other thing to take into account, stack depth. It's just not level 1 of the day. We're 200 big blinds deep, middle position opens, we got king deuce off. We're never free betting in a million years. All down to stack depth as well. And then once again, we don't take them full frequency. Have a way of randomising yourself, setting your own frequencies. If it's against a player that's opening too much, up that frequency of free bet. If it's a player that's opening hardly ever, we might not even take it. We might just put the 0% next to the king deuce off. If it's Mr. Tight, who's 70 years old and hasn't played a hand in 4 days, like, we're not going to free bet him with king deuce off. Player selection important as well. Lots of questions to ask yourself.
20 minutes until the 30-minute buffy break.
Is that how long it is? 30 minutes?
Yep.
Perfect.
Yep.
All we need.
30-minute buffy break. Nice flop for Lazar. Ended it flopping 2. Little trips for Lazar.
And potentially going to do some chips here as Endrit. Feel like going to lose at least one streak. Does find a nice little check back here though. Oh dear, oh dear.
Wowzers. What a turn card.
Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
House over.
And I like small lead here from Lazar. Like, ace high has to call once. I know we've got a boat, but want to try and get 2 streets of value here. And kind of hard to rep bluffs. Club draws, obviously the ones that come to mind, but I feel like we just want to lead small, get calls from ace high. Enter it with a call with the trip freeze. And Endrit's another one. We saw Mark Dyson yesterday, Tower, win the mini main, and Endrit's another one that you don't see too often.
Yep.
Plays a lot online, plays some of the bigger stuff over in Vegas in the summer. Very accomplished player that not many people know unless you're aware of him. And like, even the check back on this 10-10-3 is actually a tidy little check. Most people will probably bet they're free and just try and flush out equity, but on the 10-10 board against big blind, we actually play a lot more checks than you first think. And always got to pay here. We got a boat.
Always.
And they're going to see the bad news, but checking back flop loses bare mint with the queen 3.
Where's your player? Doesn't show. Doesn't show the house.
Snap muck as well.
Snap muck. Doesn't show the house.
That's actually a really good way to tell how like good someone's mental game is as well at the table. If you've got a player that calls river and then wants to show the whole table their hand and that they've got called or got unlucky, you can usually say, all right, this is the type of player that's not there mentally, hasn't got a good mental game. But if you've got someone like there, Avendra, just got boat over boat, just snap them up. Don't show everyone the free. Tower would be there. Stand up, get the free, and walk to each person individually and go, look, I had a free. Everyone, I had a free here. And that's actually a really good way of, if you're sat in a tournament with players you don't know, of like trying to get to grips with who's good and who's not. Like little things like that. Players that are snap mucking river when they don't have the best hand, and players that want to show the whole table they got called or unlucky. And usually the latter are the ones you want to be sat with. Oh wow, are you sure? just always gets in.
This is the greatest race there is. Ace king for Dean. Hendry is going to raise it up. Could Dean play flat? We're two spots off the money?
No. The reason being, when Hendrick covers, like, he is more incentivized to have more bluffs, like some stuff like king queen off, some stuff like suited ace x. Like, might even dip into like some king jack off when we're this close to the money. So Dean just picks up 125k so often tower. We pick up 5 bigs plus the 2 bigs of small, big, and ante. So we just win 7 big blinds so often here as Dean, and there's no reason to flat hit. Just for that fact that we just pick up Hendrick's free bet so often, because we know he's a player that will attack, will put the pressure on near the money, and the ace king suited can just comfortably run it. Like, as Dean here, we love this because we're just expecting the snap fold from Hendrick, but we're not going to get that.
Here we go. In they go. We're having a call. We could be down at 12. Dean Lyle all in with ace king. Queens for Hendry with $1 million. Has him covered. Everybody's on the feet. 4, 5, 6, but 2 spades. Wow. What a flop if you're not going to hit.
Still flipping. Are we going to be on the bubble?
There's the 5. Dean Lyle needs a spade, an ace, or a king. It's a spade for Dean, who gets up to 1.4 to drop Hendrick down to 375.
Yeah, what a sick couple of hands of Hendrick, boat over boat, and then the classic losing the flip. And as that occurs, we're spinning over to an outer table, and it is Boz who is all in.
He's standing up.
Oh my word, Arian's just pinged off the 9 on the turn.
Whoa.
All in on 983. It all goes in on the flop, guys. Boz with aces, Arian Kashani with top pair.
Ouch.
And just slams off the trips like it's nothing. Arian with about 3 million there in front of him. What a stack for him. And we didn't lose one on the feature, but we lost one on the outer, so you know what that means.
We're on the bubble. We've got 12 left, so whatever happens now, we are playing to the break, whenever that may be. 15 minutes, 43 seconds, or all the way through until we lose one. We're on 12. We're on the bubble.
To be fair, we don't actually need to go to the buffet because we've got our own buffet in the back now.
Yes, a C4. A C4 done it for the team.
So if the bubble runs through dinner, we are good.
We will just stay here and munch.
Okay guys, there are 12 players remaining with 11 places saved, therefore we are now hand to hand. Join hand to hand if there is an all-in and a call at your table. Please keep your cards face down until it is subject. Dealers, please deal one hand.
Deals, one more deal. All the instructions have just been said by Luke. Lose one more player, we're in the money. Do we lose it in this session or do we go to overtime? Would you take overtime tonight?
What, right now?
Yeah.
Let me just figure something out. If we
I'm on about Spurs.
Oh, Spurs.
Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking dinner. Yeah, I'd take extra time now. Overtime. We're not in America, Tower.
Well, it says Super Bowl on Sunday.
Is it?
That's what I'm thinking.
Has that come around that quickly? I
Yeah.
thought Super Bowl was
February.
I always thought it was January.
Well, it used to be
Because like, we always used
They
to
never used to have a week off in between.
leg one at the Vic. I always remember you lads watching it in the club
Yeah,
room.
correct. But now they have a week off in between
Okay.
the last game, so it's 2 weeks from the last game to give them a little bit of chance to recover. So now they have a break, so it's always the first weekend in February now, or as close to. So yes, it's a Super Bowl on Sunday. Go the Eagles.
Enter it. Unknown holding. Open from guns. Sato flops gut shot 2 over cards.
Public. Not just the bubble. Okay.
All in from Hendrick. On a 7 deuce 6 flop. Stato, it can just fold, and that's it. No elimination on our team. We're on 12. Next person out, yes, nothing. Hey up, Chef Brad. C4 doing well again. He is indeed.
He's brought us some dinner in.
And a cake.
And a cake.
Well
That's
done.
for me. That's for me. He said the Victoria sponge
No.
is for me.
No. But what you need to do is save that cake so you use it and say you've made it.
I've done my cake.
Get away.
I've done it.
No,
Yeah.
you haven't. No, you haven't.
Oh no, I was hoping everyone forgot.
No, so save that cake there. Don't tell anybody. And just present it to Brad. That's what I'm doing.
Brad, I would love to do the forfeit, but unfortunately she don't let me within 5 metres of the oven. And that's where cakes go. They go in the oven, don't they? To bake them.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
unless
That was a good shout.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're definitely with you.
just checking. I know you put them in like a pot and you stir.
I don't think has anybody ever tried to cook one in one of these
Air fryers?
I can't do that, surely.
Air fryer a cake.
Could have a pot brewing here. Cost us with 480 and just under 20. Stato with King Jack, same suit, but it just gets out of the way.
Yeah, once again now pure bubble. Risk premium there. Although we actually cover a stack, I just seen Costas' stack, so maybe giving Costas some credit for a strong hand. Hasn't been active. One of these shorter stacks.
You can actually air fryer a cake. He's seen the recipes.
Perfect.
I'll tell you what, these air fryers could put this Chef Brad out of work. Greg's dinner, you can't do that. And the A1 at Newark on a Thursday afternoon. Oh, lovely. Nice one, Fizz. Enjoy the live stream. We are on the bubble. We are 12 minutes away from a scheduled break. If the bubble doesn't burst, we will just carry on until the bubble bursts and then take the break.
Lazar. This man is a confusing old man.
He is bizarre.
Bizarre Lazar, I like it, because he's snug and then he just does something so random.
Yep.
I'm scratching my head. 8-5 off, we saw exactly the same earlier. Same position, hijack 8-5 off open. This time Queen Deuce off wants to open. Gonna get it through.
So 11 minutes to go until this session should end. Just waiting on the outer table to finish. Blinds are in on our table. So still waiting on the outer table. Any action will bring it to you, but if not, we'll just carry on to the next hand. At this moment in time, we are waiting for table 2.
Yeah, literally, Mark. We just saw Arian boss Boz 9-8-3 flop all in with 10-9 against Boz's aces. Arian just found the 9 on the turn.
It's about 3 mil.
2% goes to MPL. I think it's 3%
And we are going to head over
Oh,
to an outer.
you can just see the napper. Oh, what's happening here?
Wow. So it has gone all in. Oh, is this the right one?
That's the old buzzer.
That's the one.
Oh, here we go.
That is the one we're
Simon
looking
Taylor.
for.
Yeah, it's because it's Arian again. What we got here? A6, 9, 5. Set of nines against a flush. Oh, and the flush takes out Simon Taberham, who only ever plays in Manchester. He used to play years and years and years ago, this Simon. And he only ever plays in Manchester. And Ariane Kashani has just taken him out on the old bubbly. So, congratulations, you're in the money.
There will be a buffet served in the restaurant area.
Now.
Oh,
We are having
so they've gone early.
a break, guys.
So we got to the bubble, and because the buffet's already been served in the restaurant area, they've decided to pause the clock with 9 minutes on, and that means we're now on a 30-minute dinner break. Come back, play the 8 minutes, and carry on for the rest of the day till we crown the champion. Phew. Simon Taberham, bubble. We're in the money. We'll see you in 30 minutes. All right,
Bradshaw.
show the table. Go on, brothers, show him. Yeah!
What a move.
Brothers.
What a move from Andy Bradshaw. I'm surprised Ewan's Fold getting that price so tight, because if Andy's got Jack 10 in there as well, we give him all the combos of Jack 10, 9 left. Yeah, Jack and 10 on board. If we give him 9 combos of Jack 10 as well, when we've got the counterfeit outs and the chance to hit an ace, we've now actually got 15 outs to hit, assuming 7 diamonds we can hit as well. So then we're actually getting like 30, 33, 34% when he has that hand. So maybe it's like close to break even there, but I would have probably flicked it in aces, ace of diamonds. Takes a... But I guess Ewan just thinks like I do. He sold the reverse tell to me. I could see his card and I thought we had a flush. He sold it to me in the booth. He was doing all the things that someone does usually when they've got a monster. But he's a smart old man, is Andy, and he's obviously sold that to the table. And it's worked.
With fives. And the small. Just small and big. Makes it up. Pocket fives. Oh, Stato is going to raise it up as well.
Aaron, Jamie.
What we got? Just under 30.
Well, it's 27. Oh, so yeah, 30, just under 30 for Jamie. The blinds. No, we are at 20k, 40k.
Yes, 2040. Stato makes it 140.
Now over to Jamie. Trev has doubled. He's got about 15 now. He's sitting with 25 and looks like he is going to go with it all. Goes for the jam. Gets snapped off by Stato, and Jamie with the fives has ran right into it here. Stato on his way to over half of the chips in play. Well over half the chips in play. Good for 60% of the chips in play if we can hold here with the jacks. And there's only 1-5 left in the deck for Jamie to find, so needing that case 5.
9, 8, 4. We're needing the case, 5 of spades, or running straight cards. Running clubs? No, clubs don't work.
6, 7, or a 5.
A 6. So a 5 and a 7 working to get out of this one.
Who's number 7? Back him on the river.
Whoa!
that is
And does with the 7.
That is a grim river
Wow!
to take for Stato. That is a filthy one.
Wow! Wow! Wow!
1 out for Jamie. Stato could have had 60% of the chips in play, but now Jamie is the chip leader and Stato down to 40 bigs. What a cruel run out. You see that flop and you think you're there with the clubs covered as Stato. The run in 6-7 comes in. The big slick for Ivy. Yet again.
Yep. Nice to look down at.
Tim with the 9-5 of spades.
There's me thinking hand was over. The big blind Tim decides to hit the 9 on the turn.
Just bangs the 9 off. What has happened here? Just expect to see a defend. Next thing you know, it's all in and a call. And Tim going to double up through Ivy to 1.9 million. 9-5 of spades.
Just a wild shove on the big blind after an open from Ivy. Wow.
Yeah, that can't be good, Tower. Like, Tim's a very good player, we know that, but I've no idea what the hell was going on with that hand. That seems... Wine o'clock, says Okers. Good shout, actually. When you know, wine o'clock. That is a good shout. He has been on the old red wine all day. Maybe it was a bit of a little... I don't know. I have no idea.
You just think open from Ivy and he's over.
Well, I thought he was going to defend. I looked up, thought he was going to defend, and next thing you know, he's all in.
Yeah, the old Dolly Parton, working wonders.
Yeah. What's happened?
Yeah.
I've seen the screenshot of the message. I'm not going to say who it's from, but Tim's got too many friends that obviously have too much money. But Tim gets a message about 7 o'clock saying that if he goes all in on the final table with specifically 9-5 suited, that his mate would give him £3,000. And Tim was like, okay. He said, are you sure? Are you serious? And his mate was like, yeah, I'm literally going to give you £3,000. He's obviously got too money. So Tim got that text. An hour and a half later, he gets dealt
9-5
he gets dealt 9-5 of spades. Ivy opens the cut-off. He looks down, 20 bigs in the big blind. I'm all in, make £3,000. But then again, he also won the all-in against Ace King. Double whammy. So that's what's happened. And I've seen the message. It's true. I saw the screenshot. That was way before the 9-5 spades hands. And basically, someone...
Oh, wow.
Literally, someone's given him £3,000 to shove 9-5 suited on the final table.
Wow.
And that was that. And I can confirm it is true. Seen the screenshot. And it was an hour and a half before the 9-5 a spades hand happened.
Evesham. I just know that Worcestershire's down the M5.
Tom Clack with the gun open. Oh wow, Mad Turk, Ace King here in the hijack, and it's gone open from Tom Clack. Mad Turk with the Ace King here. Like, I'm probably just going to 4-bet. Don't need to go too large. And there it is from Usel. Makes it 130k. And he's not going to be folding when Adam 5-bet rips here. Not putting in this amount of our stack to let it go as Usel. So we're going to have a huge one here, Tower.
So here we go.
And there's the all in, and I don't see how the Mad Turk gets away from this once he makes it 130. I'm going to use a few time banks, but we put in a decent proportion of our stack here, Tower. We're getting 207k to win 572. So we're getting like 2.7 to 1 on a call here as you sell. So we're going to need about 28% equity. So if Adam actually showed us his hand, like, we'd still have to call. It says 18%, but that is accounting for an ace in the muck. But the Mad Turk is going to save some chips and potentially save his tournament. You sell him an Oglu, getting away from the Ace King.
Good fold.
Nice laydown
Yep.
from the Mad Turk. I thought he was done for, Tower, after he put in that proportion of his stack, but finds a way to get away. To see. Haven't seen him much today. Aces. Opens in the hijack.
The old boots.
Sam calls small blind. Andy's in on the button. Neil with 9-6 of spades. Defence.
Top pair for Sam. Middle pair for Andy Bradshaw.
Yeah, no checking 4-way for you in here. Feel like just always betting. Heads up, maybe one we can check ace of diamonds, but as soon as we go multi-way, always continuing here with the boots.
Andy Bradshaw calls.
Continues for third. Andy calls with his 5. Sam should be overcalling here, getting 5-1 with the 10. Gonna go for the old raise. I feel like in this spot, when Ewan once again bets into filter, I say it a lot when we go 4-5 way, the players with ace king, ace queen, like the high cards, don't tend to see bet into 3 or 4 players. So as soon as they do continue, like they're more weighted towards a hand, whether it be 6s through 9s, whether it be 10x, whether it be an overpair. And obviously against all the 10x that Ewan opens, other than a couple of combos and the overpairs, we're just toast here with Sam. So may have just gone for call in this given scenario. Like heads up, slightly different. Like then maybe we can start raising some top pairs for value against the late position open. Mr. Bradshaw in with the overcall as well, looking to snag 2 pair or trips on the turn.
Jack of diamonds. The diamond draw's no good for Bradders.
Yeah, but Sam, this is kind of interesting now. This is an intriguing spot. We now turn top 2, but after this action occurring on the flop, you've got to be wary that at least Andy has a flush here once he calls and then overcalls the raise. I'm going to be really worried about this Andy Bradshaw range. I know we can see he's up to no good with 8-5 off, but it's kind of intriguing. So Sam continues for 5k. Ewan makes the call, and Andy now says, I'm all in, and oh my word, he's turned it into a bluff. He has turned it into a bluff, and the way he slammed his chips in there, you just think he's strong, right, Tower?
That's what you'd expect. That's the way he wants you to believe it.
Is he going for the old reverse tell? Like the old, I don't care, have me chips usually means that someone's strong, but Andy Bradshaw throwing in the old reverse tell here, drinks the water as well. Acting as comfortable as can be now. And what you do is Sam, because we still got Ewan behind us who still can have flushes as well. The ace-x of diamonds, all in Ewan's range. King, queen of diamonds, king, 9 of diamonds, all still there. And now Sam, this is gross with the jack 10.
Can he ever?
With everything Andy's giving off Tower, I like. He may sell the reverse tell here. He actually may. He may just let this go, Sam. Think this guy, what is he supposed to have? He's called Ewan C-bet. We've then raised. Ewan's called, and he overcalls. Like it looks like a flush, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
This is going to be fun.
If Sam calls us, Ewan get out of the way.
No, Ewan don't fold his hand, but this is what I'm saying. It's going to work out. Look, now Ewan with aces, ace of diamonds, just not going to fold, right? Getting this price.
Nope.
Even Vandy, I know Vandy got the flush. We've only got 12.7 back. Okay, so we're not actually calling to win 40. Let me figure this out. So difference of 3.5 in stacks. So there's 36.7 to win for Ewan. So he's actually getting 3-1. So he needs 25% equity. And assuming we can hit 9 diamonds here. Well, let's say we can hit 7 diamonds because Andy's repping a flush, 2.5% with 1 card to come. So we're actually getting like 18-19% against a flush here as Ewan. So we're actually not getting the correct price. But then what we do, we start scattering in maybe some 2 pairs. If Andy has Jack 10 himself, we're then getting the right price because we got counter fill outs. So there you go. He does let it go.
He's going to turn him over.
Bradshaw,
show him the table. Go on, brothers. Show him.
What a move!
Brothers.
What a move from Andy Bradshaw. I'm surprised Ewan's fold getting that price so tab, because if Andy's got Jack 10 in there as well, we give him all the combos of Jack 10, 9 left. Yeah, Jack and 10 on board. If we give him 9 combos of Jack 10 as well, when we've got the counterfeit outs and the chance to hit an ace, we've now actually got 15 outs to hit, assuming 7 diamonds we can hit as well. So then we're actually getting like 30, 33, 34% when he has that hand. So maybe it's like close to break even there, but I would have probably flicked it in aces, ace of diamonds. Takes a... But I guess Ewan just thinks like I do. He sold the reverse tell to me. I could see his card and I thought we had a flush. He sold it to me in the booth. He was doing all the things that someone does usually when they've got a monster. But he's a smart old man, is Andy, and he's obviously sold that to the table. And it's worked.
With fives. And the small. Just small and big. Makes it up. Pocket fives. Oh, Stato is going to raise it up as well.
Aaron, Jamie.
What we got? Just under 30.
Well, it's 27. Oh, so yeah, 30, just under 30 for Jamie. The blinds. No, we are at 20k, 40k.
Yes, 2040. Stato makes it 140.
Now over to Jamie. Trev has doubled. He's got about 15 now. He's sitting with 25 and looks like he is going to go with it all. Goes for the jam. Gets snapped off by Stato, and Jamie with the fives has ran right into it here. Stato on his way to over half of the chips in play. Well over half the chips in play. Good for 60% of the chips in play if we can hold here with the jacks. And there's only 1-5 left in the deck for Jamie to find, so needing that case 5.
9, 8, 4. We're needing the case, 5 of spades, or running straight cards. Running clubs? No, clubs don't work.
6, 7, or a 5.
The 6. So a 5 and a 7 working to get out of this one.
Who's number 7?
Whoa!
Oh,
and does with the 7.
That is a grim river
Wow!
to take for Stato. That is a filthy one.
Wow! Wow! Wow!
1 out for Jamie. Stato could have had 60% of the chips in play, but now Jamie is the chip leader and Stato down to 40 bigs. What a cruel run out. You see that flop and you think you're there with the clubs covered as Stato. The run in 6-7 comes in. The big slick for Ivy. Yet again.
Yep. Nice to look down at.
Nervous please, Teddy. Make way to the left, please, Teddy. Make way to the left, and we think. Nervous please, please. Make way to the left.
Tim with the 9-5 of spades.
There's me thinking hand was over. But big blind Tim decides To hit the 9 on the turn.
Just bangs the 9 off. What has happened here? Just expect to see a defend. Next thing you know, it's all in and a call. And Tim going to double up through Ivy to 1.9 million. 9-5 of spades.
Just a wild shove on the big blind after an open from Ivy. Wow.
Yeah, that can't be good, Tower. Like, Tim's a very good player, we know that, but I've no idea what the hell was going on with that hand. That seems... Wine o'clock, says Okers. Good shout, actually. When you know, wine o'clock. That is a good shout. He has been on the old red wine all day. Maybe it was a bit of a little... I don't know. I have no idea.
You just think open from Ivy and he's over.
Well, I thought he was going to defend. I looked up, thought he was going to defend, and next thing you know, he's all in.
Yeah, the old Dolly Parton working wonders.
Yeah. What's happened?
Yeah.
I've seen the screenshot of the message. I'm not going to say who it's from, but Tim's got too many friends that obviously have too much money. But Tim gets a message about 7 o'clock saying that if he goes all in on the final table with specifically 9-5 suited, that his mate would give him £3,000. And Tim was like, okay. He said, are you sure? Are you serious? And his mate was like, yeah, I'm literally going to give you £3,000. He's obviously got too money. So Tim got that text. An hour and a half later, he gets dealt
9-5 spades.
He gets dealt 9-5 of spades. Ivy opens the cut-off. He looks down, 20 bigs in the big blind. I'm all in, make £3,000. But then again, he also won the all-in against Ace King. Double whammy. So that's what's happened. And I've seen the message. It's true. I saw the screenshot. That was way before the 9 of 5 spades hand. And basically, someone...
Oh, wow.
Literally, someone's given him £3,000 to shove 9-5 suited on the final table.
Wow.
And that was that. And I can confirm it is true. Seen the screenshot, and it was an hour and a half before the 9-5 a spades hand happened.
Evesham. I just know that Worcestershire's down the M5.
Tom Clack with the gun open. Oh wow, Mad Turk, Ace King here in the hijack, and it's gone open from Tom Clack. Mad Turk with the Ace King here. Like, I'm probably just going to 4-bet. Don't need to go too large. And there it is from Usel. Makes it 130k. And he's not going to be folding when Adam 5-bet rips here, not putting in this amount of our stack to let it go as Usel. So we're going to have a huge one here, Tower.
So here we go.
And there's the all in, and I don't see how the Mad Turk gets away from this once he makes it 130. I'm going to use a few time banks, but we put in a decent proportion of our stack here, Tower. We're getting 207k to win 572. So we're getting like 2.7 to 1 on a call here as you sell. So we're going to need about 28% equity. So if Adam actually showed us his hand, like, we'd still have to call. It says 18%, but that is accounting for an ace in the muck. But the Mad Turk is going to save some chips and potentially save his tournament. You sell him an Oglu, getting away from the Ace King.
Good fold.
Nice laydown from the Mad Turk. I thought he was done for, Tower, after he put in that proportion of his stack, but finds a way to get away. To see. Haven't seen him much today. Aces. Opens in the hijack.
The old boots.
Sam calls small blind. And he's in on the button. Neil with 9-6 of spades. Defence.
Top pair for Sam. Middle pair for Andy Bradshaw.
Yeah, no checking 4-way for you in here. Feel like just always betting. Heads up, maybe one we can check ace of diamonds, but as soon as we go multi-way, always continuing here with the boots.
Andy Bradshaw calls.
Continues for third. Andy calls with his 5. Sam should be overcalling here, getting 5 to 1 with the 10. Gonna go for the old raise. I feel like in this spot, when you once again bets into filter, I say it a lot when we go 4-5 way, the players with ace king, ace queen, like the high cards, don't tend to see bet into 3 or 4 players. So as soon as they do continue, like they're more weighted towards a hand, whether it be 6s through 9s, whether it be 10x, whether it be an overpair. And obviously against all the 10x that you and opens, other than a couple of combos and the overpairs, we're just toast here with Sam. So may have just gone for call in this given scenario.